Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games.
That darn Dan Southworth, he done hit it again. Yeehaw.
Dr. Aggro. And Chris Wolfhard.
That cat has a gun.
Here on GigaBoots.
I'm sorry, Okay, Dan, open with a sentence about Gimmick 2. That doesn't get you demonetized.
Good luck.
As I sweat silently.
We can start with anything else.
Yeah, I guess. Okay. You want to start with something else, huh? I think we can manage that. Hey, Bob.
Hey, what's up?
I have before me two different types of marshmallows. The
Marshmallows are great.
First one's zero sugar max mallow.
But marshmallows are 100% sugar.
Well, this is different because this has it's fueled with collagen and MCT oil.
I don't.
Where is Chris?
I don't.
Chris, you were once here. Now you were gone. The ghost of Chris haunts us. Let me try it again. I wonder if when things crashed earlier, if it shuffled it up a bit. There we go.
There I am.
Huzzah.
This is burnt caramel flavored. And the top few ingredients are non-GMO xylitol. Is there? I didn't realize xylitol wasn't a GMO. Anyway, non-GMO prebiotic inulin powder, which in parentheses it says chicory and or artichoke.
It could be any. Either.
Non-GMO erythritol and grass-fed gelatin, parentheses bovine.
So two different kinds of fake sugar and gelatin.
Was it only two? I was like, I think that was three. I think I counted three. Yeah, that was three.
Oh my god!
And then there was the high quality gelatin from bovine.
Bovine.
Eat it, Bob.
So
It's gonna be fucking awful, but eat it anyway.
Here's the thing, though. We have a second marshmallow. Stuffed puffs. That's
also going to be bad, but in a completely different way.
These two marshmallows are nothing alike and very much not like marshmallows.
He's like, are either of these actually marshmallows, or are we stretching the definition?
I would say in both cases we have severely stretched the definition.
I would like to put forth that those stuffed marshmallows should not be with the rest of the regular marshmallows in the marshmallow section. That is not an ingredient. That is a candy. Put it in the fucking candy aisle.
I agree with this mainly because I bought this on accident.
Yeah.
It was in with the normal marshmallows. I thought I had walked out of the quirky mad world marshmallow section. I had not. But these have salted caramel filling. I'm gonna punch in. We're gonna go
caramel.
We're gonna go to the Dan cam so that way you can see the stuffed filling that this marshmallow is excited for Bob to eat. Bob, which of these two do you want to try first?
Let me start with the fake sugar one first.
Okay.
I think that I'll need to wash the taste of that out of my mouth real quick.
So I will take one and then just hand you the bag.
Okay.
So that way, while you're preparing to grab it, I can. My camera looks a little sharper because
these are
got
weird.
An actual zoom in.
These
are very strange.
They smell marshmallow-esque.
They do. And they're very square.
They're very square.
And they at least have the resilience you would expect from a marshmallow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to the Bob cam. How's that? Your friends are very excited for you to eat that.
Yeah, great. Good on them.
So Bob, let's ahead of time on a scale of 1 to 10. What do you think these will be?
I think these are gonna come in at a 3.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm already eating mine.
That's not a good face.
Can you believe it's sweetened with the same shit they use in gum?
Yes.
Okay.
It evaporates so quick. It's
Okay,
gone.
that's what I was gonna ask. Is its texture just bizarre?
The texture is surprisingly close to a marshmallow, but it vaporizes. It's just immediately just becomes nothing.
Now, would you believe you can eat the whole bag and it's only 90 calories?
Yes. It makes my throat burn.
Do you feel minty fresh now that you've had this marshmallow?
Not as bad as I expected, but
Okay, so where would you put it? Your expectation was a 3 out of 10.
it's probably like a 5.
Okay, cool. That's doing pretty good. That's doing pretty.
And now, if I had to eat more than one, and I had to experience how much more it would make my throat burn,
Yeah, that would maybe not be.
might lower it.
Okay, again, I'm gonna take one out. I'm gonna hand the bag to Bob, so that way, while Bob's looking at it and coming to terms with it.
Oh my god, my throat's like
Yeah, if you need more time, let me know. So weirdly enough, these do not have the texture, feel, or resilience of a marshmallow.
They merely have the shape. Oh my god,
They're completely wrong. Oh no!
Mine like broke when I came out.
Maybe you shouldn't eat that one. I mean, that would ruin the experience of it being stuffed if it's already coming out. You should put that one back
I'll just shove that back in.
Yeah, just shove that back in. It's fine. It's going in the trash.
What? Really? They're all so brittle. They're stuck together. Okay, I found one that wasn't stuck.
We found one hole between the two of us. God. Okay, this is disgusting looking over here. Mine looks fine. Stare at it, chat. Except when I squeeze.
I don't like the texture of this at all.
He hasn't even.
No, I haven't eaten it yet.
Bob,
I'm worried.
what's your expectation? 1 to 10?
3 again.
Oh, that's a number. Well, go right ahead. Chris, aggro, Spiff literally gagged when he ate these. He literally gagged and had to go spit it out.
Incorrect.
No, yeah.
That's not how a marshmallow should feel.
I don't like finishing a marshmallow and feeling like I just shoved a bottle of Hershey syrup into my mouth and just squeezed as hard as I could. It is vile. It is terrible.
I'm gonna have to reassess the first one though. Because of the amount my throat kept burning. That has to go down to a 3 or at least.
Okay.
So this was a 5.
Oh wow, you like this one more?
Yeah, because it doesn't make my throat burn.
I think I'll take the burn over the horrible. Like I feel gross after eating this.
Oh yeah, no,
like
it's
really
disgusting. Like
really gross.
It doesn't. This strangely has a farther out texture from a marshmallow than the fake marshmallows. Like this is just a weird tough thing filled with goo.
It really is. Oh, the trash can's that way. If you... Yeah, this is completely heinous. I accidentally bought these. I wanted the quirky diet marshmallows, and then I wanted normal marshmallows, and accidentally grabbed these. As you would imagine, being full of syrup, way more calories than a normal marshmallow.
I bet, yeah.
I'm just eating this now with you out of solidarity. You know, it would be unfair of me to be like, Bob, eat this terrible thing. And then I don't also eat that terrible thing. What the fuck are they putting in grocery store?
I don't know, man.
There's no other country on earth that has that fucking thing lying around. No way.
I don't know. Other countries have their own weird shit.
That is so extremely American. To be like, sure.
That is extremely American, but other countries have their own versions of that sort of thing.
Chat, commenters, what is any other country's version of the syrup stuffed marshmallow? I need to know. You need to let us know. I'm way too curious. I feel fucking vile right now. Which is why right now, Bob, is a great fucking time for me to try an energy drink I've never tried before.
Oh my god, Dan, why?
Because I've never really tried Celsius. Have you?
No.
Have either of our co-hosts online?
No, I always walk past it and grab a sugar-free Rockstar.
Something American Fahrenheit.
I'm gonna have water while you taste this.
Why do you need water? Is something he's gone. So why are they selling Imperial drinks? What do you mean this has 270 milligrams of caffeine? Holy fucking shit. That actually is mortifying. I tried a little bit of a different flavor. I don't even know what the flavor was supposed to be. It barely had any flavor at all. This has 10 calories in it. I didn't realize it had that much caffeine. It didn't really affect me.
Huh.
This flavor specifically is the sparkling blue raspberry, so my expectations are high.
It's only 10 calories though, so it can't really taste that much like sparkling blue raspberry.
Oh, well, blue raspberry isn't a real thing, so how do you taste like a not real thing?
I'm sorry.
Have you ever really tried Tasty Wheat? Are you sure the robots got it right?
Real blue raspberry comes out of the smoothie machine.
And I accidentally poured a soda for the first half.
Yes.
Somebody asked if that's more caffeine than the Panera lemonade. I think per ounce it is. Wow. I think per ounce, because if I remember correctly, the Panera lemonade, if you got a large, was like 300, maybe 320. This is 270, and it's like a 16 ouncer. So I think this should hit me harder than that. Should. I don't know. Jeff Gersman has started running out of energy drinks he'll drink because he's ranking energy drinks on his podcast.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's taking this long because he's up to over 100.
Oh yeah, he's got a ton. But he completely hand waved all of the Celsius and like one other one. I can't remember the other brand, but he was just like, "Fuck Celsius, that's dog shit."
So this is the brand he won't even drink.
Yeah, he thinks it's not even worth ranking. I guess I don't know. John Schwando clarifies the large Panera was 340 milligrams. Yes, but it would be larger than 16 ounces. So I think per ounce, milligrams of caffeine per ounce, we're still stronger. I need to drink some water. Would you believe that marshmallow has a little bit of a lingering effect? It's funny, the fucking fake one, right, burns the throat, but the other one engrossifies the mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Like my tongue, the beginning of my throat, all of this region, every part of it is made gross by the second one. Anyway. Hey, Aggro, you eat anything fucking quirky recently?
I did happen to see while randomly walking down the aisle at my local Walmart. They apparently make all dressed Pringles now.
Oh, so ketchup?
Well, that's ketchup, barbecue, and something else.
Okay.
Yeah, all dressed is just like we fucking throw everything in there.
If I remember the all dressed ones, we reviewed those years ago on GigaBoots Eats, didn't we?
Probably.
Yeah, back in like 2018, 2019.
But not Pringles, like some other brand.
Yeah. Not Pringles. It was Lay's because Lay's kept doing that. Did you try it?
I did. It was an all dressed Pringle. It was pretty good.
Dope.
That's all I got.
No, sometimes that's good enough, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we don't need to eat these stuffed marshmallows. Maybe not everyone needs to do that to themselves.
Oh, yeah, I ate that Korean barbecue spam a few weeks ago. I don't think I actually brought it up on the podcast.
Tosh bought that and was hopeful. Bob, how is it?
It is bad.
Fuck. I have a can of it over there.
That's it tastes more like regular barbecue sauce than like Korean barbecue in any way. I coped super hard and put gochujang on anything I made with it to be like, it's Korean barbecue now. I fixed it.
Yeah.
I've had many quirky spam flavors, and every single time I'm like, I'm going back to light.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the three basic versions, you know, sodium light, and then the normal, and then isn't there a lean one?
There's normal, 20%, 5% less sodium, and then light.
Okay.
Yeah,
those
light's
like
the one I
only
get because
three.
it's like 25% fewer calories and tastes identical to me.
Yeah. No, those are the three that are all worth getting. I started doing the cabbage egg patty sandwiches. You know, I got the for anyone who hasn't seen the Korean street food videos, they constantly do these amazing fucking, you make the egg patty, but you chop up cabbage and distribute it evenly. Then you stick on top of that like a ketchup-like thing and some meat and cheese, and it's Anyway, the loaves of bread we got were those big style ones where it's just sliced bread that's like that big. So you're not making 2 sandwiches, you're making the one.
Mm-hmm.
And even still, the God, what's the name of the square pan that is designed for specifically making like egg that you roll or whatever?
I don't know. I have one, but I have no idea what it's called.
That pan is still slightly too large for that size bread, so I still have to chop off like the half inch on one side. But damn, if that isn't a really thrifty and great tasting fucking food that is filling. I hope nothing happens to the price of eggs.
I was Trader Joe's surprisingly wasn't hit as hard by the price of eggs going up as everywhere else. It was like $3.50, whereas everywhere else was like $5 or $6.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, due to circumstances, I did end up having to have Panda Express for the 3rd time in my life.
Yeah, sugar chicken.
It is still alarming to eat a spoonful of fried rice and think, this tastes fake.
Yeah, there's
People,
fried rice and noodles are really bad.
I think fried rice is one of the deepest holes to fuck up in on planet Earth. You can make some.
It's pretty fucking hard to fuck
rice.
up fried rice.
I don't know. I've tasted so many different. For one, I think I only tried good fried rice outside of Toast Cooking the other day at our local Chinese place. Every other place was like increasingly worse to devastatingly depressing. It's like, we cooked it hours ago. It's on this buffet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, but
enjoy.
you can't have that. But there's a place nearby that I didn't. They have combination fried rice. They never called combination fried rice, so I didn't understand what combination fried rice was until I was like 25. They called it rainbow fried rice because it had chicken thigh, shrimp, and steak in it.
I mean, that sounds great.
And that's like the best fried. It is still the best fried rice I've ever had because it's a Chinese/Mexican restaurant and they fucking fry it in lard.
Ooh. Holy shit. That's really good sounding.
Yeah.
Oh man. Why are we talking about food? We didn't eat any food just now. We ate fake things.
That's true.
I'm gonna feel gross for the rest of this podcast.
Great.
Just because of that one.
The
just
Celsius is gonna help though. You're gonna
the Celsius. No, the Celsius is slowly giving me a headache, and taste-wise, it is the least appealing energy drink possibly ever. It's not. The best part is it's not revolting. It's just nothing. I would rather drink water. Can I just crack a caffeine pill into water?
What is it? They used to make that.
That's how the other flavor was too. There's barely.
What's it called? Like
No-dos?
Joe's?
Oh yeah, Water Joe.
Water Joe.
Yeah, because it was a cup of Joe, but water. I don't know if they make that anymore.
What fucking goofy shit is this?
You never.
I mean, I haven't heard about it since my brother
Since the
talked about
early
it. Like,
to mid-aughts.
right, so that'd be like
Yeah.
mid-2000s.
Yeah, so, Water Joe and No-Dos were an important thing for people doing cramming. Reminder, context. This is really fun. I don't get to do this very often, where I have to build context for a completely different world I emerged from. There weren't a wide distribution of energy drinks in 2003.
No, there wasn't. In fact, I remember being like, this place has balls. That's the first time I've ever seen it. Like Jolt Cola was this weird mythical thing that one gas station had and nobody else had it.
And they had.
And then
I
try and I'm like, this tastes like shit.
They had a gum based on Jolt Cola, and since I worked overnight jobs and I was roommate with Agra at the time, I was like, oh, I want to stay up and do shit. So I had like 3 pieces of that or something, and I was hanging out with him, and I had already caffeinated. That's why I was still up, and it was like 10 a.m. And I went to my shift the prior night. Anyway, I sneezed and blood came out.
Oh, Jesus.
And Agra's just like, Jesus Christ.
That was the day I realized that Dan was he was not going to die quiet.
Well, Bob's going to be streaming with me one day, and the static charge I keep zapping everything with will invert, and I will explode. It'll be like scanners. Bob's we're going to try to film it at high frame rate, so that way you see the slow motion my head exploding, and then Bob getting covered. Jesus. That's how I'm going to leave this world. This is a terrible energy drink. I need to do something. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with it because Tosh can't drink it. It's too late. She works tomorrow.
Dissolve some of those fake mushrooms in it.
Fake mushrooms.
Mushrooms, marshmallows.
No, see, this is funny because I'm not sure if you know this. That is actually a core to my person malapropism. I have to dodge every time I say either word. Yeah, like that's hard boiled into my brain. I have to. If you've ever heard me slowly say either marshmallow or mushroom, that is why. Yeah. Also, Kid Me didn't understand the difference between garage and a shed. My stepfather would be like, "It's out in the shed," and I'm like, "Which one?" And he's like, "We only have one shed," and I'm like, "No, the other side of that door is the shed." But yeah, no. That's easier though. I don't often. Mushrooms are like one of my favorite foods on earth. I'm talking about that a lot more than sheds. And we're in a fake garage right now, so I don't have a real garage. I have a fake garage for my fake marshmallows. Anyway. What the fuck are we talking about?
What kind of stuff do they put on
I think we were talking about Gimmick.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, what did they put on what? Marble?
What does a mellow mushroom put on their pizzas? Is it marshmallows?
It's mozzarella. That's easy. I'll just dodge the question by talking about some other end of it. This is a very important life skill, by the way. I'm not talking about Gimmick because I need to change a camera setting. Hey, Bob.
Hey. What's up?
Talk about anything you've been playing. That isn't Gimmick 2.
Okay. Fair enough. I tried out the demo for Beyond Citadel, which you guys might have heard about it. It was
I keep meaning to buy it.
Yeah, it's a boomer shooter that came out like super early in the year, like something like the 5th or something.
Yeah, like the 2nd or the 5th.
Where you play as an anime girl, and it is made in Japan. You can look down at any time. It's a boomer shooter, so really old school graphics, but you can see your own body, so you just look down and see the anime boobs at any time.
Just like your
it is really weird. It's like super violent too, in a way I wasn't expecting. Like it is straight up 80s, early 90s OVA violence of their heads are coming off, and there's like honestly maybe too much gore.
Yeah, I think it's a sequel to a game just called Citadel.
Oh yeah.
It came out a couple years ago and was much more simplistic, but I think that game was like, yeah, when you die you get like a gore spot, like a gore spot shot of you being killed.
Yeah, no, I died to a big alien monster thing once, and you see it literally like sucking your body dry. And then when you die from other things, you see like your guts splatter out. And that's like everyone you're fighting, if there's either an alien monster or another anime girl who's in like a Jinro style suit, and then you shoot them and parts of the suit break off and you see like brain exposes and stuff. It is really graphic. It's also very horny. I think there's even a setting so you can reduce the amount of it doesn't show anything, but I guess that there's stuff that's close enough for it to be like, no, censor it. So yeah. Other than that, it's a post-apocalyptic sort of like you're fighting an evil church, it seems like, that's taken over the Earth, and you were sent down to Earth to try and wipe out this group that's taken over. No, I don't. Never again. It's got an interesting reload system where you actually need to you have a separate button for cocking the gun, ejecting the clip, and putting in a new clip.
Ooh.
So it's pretty interesting in that regard. I haven't played something that feels quite like it. Apparently there's a way to throw out the clip to reload another one more quickly. And if you don't do that, you can actually put it away in your backpack and auto reloads it and you can keep using it. But otherwise you will lose literally a whole clip of ammo if you reload early.
Nice.
There's a bunch of different gun upgrades. So you start out with just regular. Strangely, it's a boomer shooter, but you can do iron sights, kind of like a Call of Duty. and all your guns just start out with regular aimers and stuff, but then you can buy like upgrades for actual different scopes, and those appear on the gun and have functionality. There's also a level up system, which the level up system, all these different systems making me think it was a roguelike, but luckily it is not. It seems to be like each stage of the citadel you're going down has an upgrade you can find, like a level up spot in different guns you can find to level up. But if you die in that, you just go back to the beginning of the stage. You don't like go all the way to the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
So that was relieving. Because I didn't fully die until the boss of the demo, and that would have sucked to be like, yeah, do it all again.
I'm trying to figure out what Tosha's looking for.
Hmm.
The Celsius is in the fridge. Oh, okay. I threw away those disgusting marshmallows. Tosha wouldn't even try them. I was like following this trap, and she's like, fucking no. I'm like, damn.
Your level up system is actually like the 7 sins, so wrath, lust, the rest. And they each pertain to something else or something specific. Like wrath gets you less recoil on your guns. I think gluttony increases your max health. And weirdly, there's also a system that goes on for O2 levels and hunger levels. So you have 3 bars: your health bar, your hunger bar, and your O2 bar.
Okay.
Which I was super confused about because I fully restored my health by using blood packs. And then I just started dying anyway, and I couldn't figure out why. It's like you rapidly lose health down to your amount of hunger.
Yeah.
So you have to like cram a bunch of food in your face, and then the health won't go away.
Where do you get the food?
I thought it's just sitting around in the dungeon.
Oh, okay, it's just pickups. Gotcha.
Yeah, just pickups.
We're not like killing a dude and they're dropping a 7-Eleven egg sando.
No. The art is really interesting. Like I have a trouble coming up with exactly what it reminds me of, but it definitely feels like indie anime. Like it feels very, I don't want to say like,
the name of the game was Beyond Citadel, right?
yes.
Is the term you're looking for outsider art?
Possibly.
Okay.
That has a little bit of that air to it.
Dope. I love that shit. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell this anecdote last week when I was talking about MagFest. 2 people at MagFest actually identified my Barbara Westchester shirt. Shocking. I didn't expect that would ever occur in my life. Barbara Westchester. It's on YouTube, and no, I'm not fucking up saying the name Barbara. Do not think that. That has happened at least twice. I'm pulling up images of Beyond Citadel just to give the viewers something to look at.
Yeah, it is.
That's her legs.
Yes, yes. You can somehow see like even her crotch when you look down.
I would like to state, instead of showing the game at first, I'm gonna show this. Somebody pointed this out, and they're right to say it. That is just MDK.
Yeah, I was saying it was MDK-esque when I first saw it.
Absolutely, that's
which you can't really tell because it's first person. Like you don't get to see your head. You can see the rest of your body though, and you have the Doom-esque. Here's a picture of her face looking around as you fight.
I would like to note this is just our pictures folder, right? I have hundreds of images in this folder.
Mm-hmm.
But that image had a name that put it close enough to this image where now I'm looking at this. Avowed making this ancient image relevant again. Jesus.
Okay. It's going to be 60 on the X.
Maybe in that mode. They aspire to 60 in that mode.
Yeah. But yeah, it seems pretty. I like all the ideas around the gun system, like all that stuff with just how intricate the reloading is, and how many different kinds of guns have different sorts of reloading. Like one of the best guns I have was a super early one. It's a Winchester style rifle where you just have to cock it each time, and that was cool. The revolver.
So are you always in the bottom left corner?
Yes. You
Okay, you're just always there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right.
And you get new armor. That looks like.
Yeah, it literally looks like I'm a VTuber right now.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yes. Man, I didn't get that gun. That looks crazy.
Yeah, the finger guns are always a fun touch. I always appreciate that in a mech, kind of like Armored Core does with the finger or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because most of the guns are literally just you just hold them like you have normal hands.
Yeah, I saw that.
You get a bunch of you do get armor upgrades, so I assume that's part of one of them where you get some sort of guns attached to it.
Yeah, I saw images that were that, but they were honestly less compelling, so I didn't run with them. I will now show one of said images. Yeah, because it's got a cool enemy, but like you can barely see what the environment art might be.
Yeah, no, the environments all seem pretty similar looking. That's a little worrying. I wonder if that'll get more expanded out as I go. The opening area is like a big maze. The big maze. No, you actually go into the big maze, but you start out in this deserted, destroyed field with crashed, gigantic statues that look like you.
Mm-hmm.
And that was pretty cool. But then you go inside the citadel, and everything kind of looks like that from there on. Of like, oh yeah, blue hallways with grates and Jinro-esque enemies.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Yeah, it's really neat. The shock factor of some of the super violence might dissuade you.
Or
so try the demo.
Or awaken you.
Maybe.
Be like, wait a second, this is fucking based. I like for secondary ammo, they have wrote 2ND-ary. To it secondary.
Yes, it's
that's very amusing. I appreciate that.
I also tried out Mai in Street Fighter 6.
Oh, okay. How's Mai in Street Fighter 6?
She's pretty fun.
Cool.
I had
Girls can't live without their standing medium punch.
That's true.
I think that's actually a line for the tutorial for her.
Yep.
Yeah. I found out that because I didn't buy the season pass, I had a rental ticket, which I didn't know existed in this game, and apparently no longer does. I was like, oh, cool, I have one of these. And I looked everywhere in the game for getting another one because I was like, I want to try Terry as well.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, well, maybe once I click on her and say to use it, it'll say, do you want to buy another or something? Because I couldn't find it anywhere in the menus.
Okay.
No, I just used it immediately. I looked online later, and everyone's like, yeah, they used to give them out in battle passes, but they stopped doing that. I was like,
why are all these companies so stupid? Hey, here's a wild concept. Just give people these fucking characters in training mode.
No, then they'll have too much fun.
Yeah.
Then they might know what the character is and know whether or not they might get excited for your product and then give you money.
Honestly, if they did do that, I might buy more characters for fighting games
right?
because every time I imagine buying one, I'm like, I'm going to buy them and just not even like playing them.
Right.
Because I know that part of the fucking rot is, well, fighting game people need to be able to practice against these characters, so we'll force them to buy them.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, guess what? There's a lot more there's a million times more people who bought this game who don't give a shit about that.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a lot more money thinking about them primarily.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I really wish that they had something like that, because it does suck to just be like, oh. Like, while playing these Mai matches, I fought against Terry a few times. Terry seems really cool. I'd like to try him before I buy that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not dropping $30.
Oh, you're not?
Did you see did you see they put out a thing that's like, yeah, we heard that everybody's sick of the only thing we're doing being avatar costumes. We're going to try to like spin up having more character costumes in the next year or so.
Yeah, I saw that, and even that read kind of like the next set released it sometime soon. It's like I don't want to hear about it until you have.
Maybe you made your game look too nice. Like, I'm sorry, but maybe
true.
your game looks too nice, and maybe the marginal upgrade in fidelity wasn't worth character passes going from 6 characters to 4, and character costumes getting significantly less frequent.
I feel like I'm
more like doubling price.
I feel like I'm becoming Brendan Lee Mulligan's executive bit, where it's just like, maybe our new thing is our game looks like shit, so it doesn't bankrupt us. Maybe that's our new aesthetic team. Maybe every part of our game, except for the one that needs to look great, has an art style that makes it look like shit and cheap to make. Just a thought.
Maybe your fighting game should just look like Overwatch.
Yeah, it only needed to be marginally better than 5. Like 5 just
and not have fucked up faces like 5.
Right. That's the marginally better part of like you need to make
You need to fix the banana hair.
Right, you need to fix the banana hair.
Let me look at my to-do list. Oh, that's it. Jeez.
Yeah, not really much else to say other than it seems cool. She's got both outfits. I didn't the rental only let me play as a regular outfit for but
oh, that's tragic.
Weirdly,
horrible.
It is super weird to see her played as by other people in that other outfit because it doesn't have the dangling like bell thing on her stash.
Yeah,
and a lot of stuff moves I thought were the idea was she threw that out and fire came off of it. But I guess that's not the idea, that she's doing that and the fire is coming out of her fan or something.
Well, you know, this Street Fighter 6 Mai Shiranui is canonically a different person. I'm going to go ahead and say there have been some bold moves made in Street Fighter 6 that maybe that's not canon.
That's her outfit from the new game, so I'm pretty sure it's canon.
Well, we'll address that in the new game, but other things done in Street Fighter 6 maybe not canon. We don't know. Do you know about
the marriage or something else?
Oh, spoilers. Jesus.
She's been marrying that guy for the last 20 years.
No, that's...
No, I think this is the first time it's like, yeah, here's the fucking wedding.
She's been marrying that guy.
Yes.
I hope that they, like, this is just a clear part of the backstory in Garo. Because it's like, because she's like in her late 30s in that. I think she might even be in her 40s, because it's supposed to be way later in the timeline. I think like it's supposed to be after, like City of the Wolves is supposed to be after the first Garo, which was like 18 years after Fatal Fury, I think. So it's a fucking while after.
Mm-hmm.
Have they announced Andy for City of the Wolves?
I don't think they have. Which they haven't announced him or Blue Mary. I don't think. Which surprised that.
Yeah, we need Blue Mary, but we need Andy to have his first good design ever in.
We do.
City of the Wolves.
He needs an upgrade so bad.
It's hard to compete when your older brother is Terry Bogard. Like that's a rough fight even before he got the jacket. But yeah, especially since Garo Terry also has his hair down. It's like you better do something, man.
Yeah, I don't know. The thought of a good design for Andy seems impossible at this point.
Bob, I want to give a shout out / a fuck you to you on the edit for the most recent Game of the Year part 4, where you just edited Kyo being like, and I'm like, we're not talking about Kyo at all. What is he doing here?
He was breaking into the house.
He was, in fact, breaking into the house.
I assume that guy in the dramaturge wanted you to play KOF after killing the guy.
Jesus Christ. That was a jump scare. I don't expect to see him in spaces that aren't KOF adjacent. Breaking and entry's very own mascot, Kyo Kusanagi.
Yes! I think that's pretty well established now.
Added to the wiki. Did you have anything else you wanted to say about?
Not really.
Okay.
That's a cool character. I wish that these battle passes were cheaper or had more characters or anything. Also, I don't think they get you the stages either. Like, I was noticing the stages were for sale on there. I could buy those with drive tickets, which I can't earn. Because they made the battle pass system so badly in that game, and it's still not done right. It's like drive tickets are supposed to be something you should be able to earn in game somewhat easily, because they get you stuff that's not all that valuable. Like the coolest thing they get you are the stages, but you make them like 5,000 drive tickets, which I still don't have. 3 years later or whatever. 2 years, something like that. I did play one other thing. I put most of my time this week into Phantom Brave: The Lost Hero.
Ooh.
I was very surprised. That game takes place 6 months after the 20-year-old game Phantom Brave.
That's really funny.
Yeah. Almost no time has passed. And they are constantly pointing that out. Like it starts out with Morona, she's a hero now because she defeated that big batch from the last game, and that opened up a whole new part of the world like you can now explore. And immediately Ash or Morona and Ash get separated. So most of the game that I've played so far has been her looking for him and meeting up with this pirate girl called Apricot, who is literally like just this. She's even younger than Morona. She's super tiny and has like an ooh-woo voice at all times.
That's really funny. Yeah, that sure is a Nipponichi Software character. That's a fitting name because I think a lot of the characters in Phantom Brave are named after like nuts and fruit, because I know that like the recurring mini boss guy is named fucking Walnut. I think
Walnut's one of the main villains in the original game.
With his psychic powers when he screams Psycho Burgundy and powers up.
There is a new character that knows Psycho Burgundy. I'm trying to think if the other characters they added are plant or nut based. I don't think so. There's like a werewolf man.
There's some new Shack. Some sort of
no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. Weirdly, Apricot seems to be this where that. You okay?
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking I could change the background to just be the nut shack.
No.
No one could stop me.
But their take on pirates feels very One Piece-esque, where their pirate crew is about going around and helping people.
Yes. It's very different like that.
Yes. And there are other pirates who are more like typical pirates, but they also, all the whole area is divided into pirates' territory, and it's all about gathering new islands that join your territory, which that's something One Piece goes into later. We're like, oh yeah, there's these emperors, and they rule these parts of the sea. I was like, I guess if you're doing a pirate story, that would be the best thing to pull from to appeal to the Japanese audience. But I'm enjoying it quite a bit. It is very much more cutesy and less comedy focused than a Disgaea game.
That's true.
Which is, I'm surprised they actually kind of got the tone back exactly where Phantom Brave was 20 years ago. They haven't made one.
That's
since.
really good. No, honestly, I figured they might retune it a bit.
But yeah, seemingly not at all.
Cool.
Nope. There's also moves back to that combat system from that old game. So now you move your character, like physically walk them around the map in their little circle.
Yeah, it's like a tabletop war game rules where you have a movement radius instead of a grid.
Yeah, and you select attacks that also have their own attack radiuses. And you could jump to go over obstacles in this while you're moving in the circle.
Cool.
It's all very janky. It does not work great. It actually somehow makes the PS5 run bad sometimes.
You should have gotten that Pro. It definitely would run fine there.
I have to wonder if I bought the PS4 version on the PS5 if it could run it. So anyone else, give it a shot. Maybe that's the way to do it.
I love that between FromSoft and some other companies, it feels like the Japanese industry is like, Sony, no matter how powerful a box you make, we will just not make our game right.
Yeah.
It will just have performance problems in weird ways.
You look at it and you're like, how? There is almost nothing being rendered. This background could have been rendered on a PS2 easily. And these characters
sounds fucking Switch, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I assume it runs terribly on there. I know Disgaea 6 did.
Yeah.
There is a performance in the graphics mode. I can hardly tell the difference.
Yeah, didn't Disgaea 6 also wasn't it also the case with that where you're like, is it doing anything?
Yeah, unclear. There are also lots of weird glitches introduced by having this. I've had when you hit the action button after you walk around, it's supposed to stop you in place so then you can select your action from the list.
Okay.
A lot of times it'll be like, say you're on a slippery environment. It's like you need to fully stop, and it can't figure out how to stop you. So it'll just be like, okay, any second now.
This sounds a lot jankier than the original. Even
it is absolutely a lot jankier than the original. Which is insane.
Yeah, that is insane.
I'm still enjoying it, but oh my god, I feel like this is almost certainly a beta for their Makai Kingdom 2.
Maybe. I would like a Makai Kingdom 2.
I'm saying Mossme in chat. Gonna need a 5090 for this one, chat. You might as well send them off on a search for the holy fucking grail.
It's not going to help. No, the thing about the current climate is nothing helps.
You're right.
It doesn't matter what you do.
Also, I don't know how much I really got this point across last week. The fucking 5000 series is virtually a paper launch. There are maybe 1,000 5090s in North America, including the ones they sent to reviewers.
That's insane.
Yeah, I saw something that places with them are having a one per customer. So guys are doing that fucking Family Guy joke.
Yup.
Where they're showing up in disguise to try and get a second one. Like some tech dickhead shows up with a fucking top knot and a Fu Manchu mustache. Speaking in a racist accent, trying to get a second 5090 so he can scalp it for $6,000.
And your name, sir? Tier Griffin. Fuck. Jesus Christ, that's absurd. What was it? Jay-Z 2 Cents showed up at one of the launches because Micro Center, like their main store, the biggest one. It's not even main. The biggest one that's in I think it's Orange County, California. They got like 50 or so. And that was huge. And the next biggest allotment was like 19. And then the next was 11. So every store from there on, nothing. But anyways, Jay-Z's 2 Cents autographs one. The motherfucking dude who bought the one that he autographed takes the picture to list it online in the parking lot right after getting it autographed. And you can still see people in the background lined up for these fucking things.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that's what that's what the launches are for. They're like this. It's for those people.
Yeah.
It's not for actual consumers.
Yeah, I don't know. If you're gaming on a 5090 right now, I think you're using it wrong.
Right, obviously.
I mean, for one, it's not even better for per watt or per price than a 4090. So it doesn't really fucking make sense unless your room is so cold. Anyway. This is already an insanely strong competitor in many Game of the Year categories. Oh, yeah. It's a Nippon Ichi software game, of course.
Mind-numbing bark. I need to explain a new paradigm that this game introduces. Something they've had in previous Disgaea game stuff is called a juice bar, where when you beat a level, you get extra experience that you can then reallocate at that juice bar to any character you want.
Okay.
In this game, they're like, hey, level this juice bar up, and you can actually have it allocate everything to the juice bar, and you get more experience. Like, you get 110% experience total.
Oh, cool.
So you're encouraged to only use the juice bar.
Yeah.
That means every time you beat a map, you then go level up your characters in the juice bar. And you hear the juice bar man say, every time you level up a single character. God. My power is overflowing. Every time.
Every time?
I don't see the problem.
Yeah.
And of course, opening the menu has its own quote of like, God,
I hope the Dud Bears enjoy this.
Listener, get you someone who thinks about you as much as Morley thinks about the Dud Bears.
Yes, that's impossible.
Motherfuckers at the eve of the end of the universe, the extinction event, and he's like, the Dud Bears will love this. And I'm like, we are trapped in a nightmare realm, my friend. Please fuck off with the Dud Bears.
Also for Scrimblow, the putties are in the original game. They're these cute little white orbs with leaf bodies and leaf hats. And there's like 4 new designs for them this time. They're all super cute and really creepy. So yeah. Putties. Definitely check them out.
Oh, is this?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Oh, that's good. That's real good. Yeah. That's strong as hell.
They're incredible.
It's hey, A5th, are you going to play fine with OBS? Didn't think so.
No, of course not.
I didn't think so.
Hey, Dan, did you install the thing Chris was talking about?
If I did, it wouldn't matter. I reinstalled Windows 11 in the last 5 days.
Right?
What the fuck?
Okay, you want to hear the story? I honestly wasn't even going to talk about it because I figure everyone's tired of hearing about the nightmare dimension I live in. So, there is a PS1 port of Gimmick, the original Gimmick. And I go, well, I need all Gimmick experiences in my blood. I need this. So I go and I try to get our hard drive, which has a PS1 catalog on it. I hook it up. Windows 11 goes, I don't see shit. I'm like, you don't see shit? It's plugged in, man. It's like, nope. I didn't see nothing. I'm like, you ain't see nothing? Okay, I'm going to restart my PC and it'll be fine. I leave it plugged in. I restart my PC. It goes to boot and it goes, yo, something's wrong with the boot. It ain't going. And it's like the Windows pop-up for that. It's the Windows blue screen shit-ass pop-up that's just like booting ain't going well. I reboot the PC, go into BIOS. It no longer identifies my OS drive as a valid bootable drive. No repair method using the Windows 11 media creation tool or anything else would repair it. The entire PC instantly gone.
I am not upgrading to Windows 11, Microsoft. I don't fucking care what you do to me. I will sit here on Windows 10 and hey, gaming industry, if you keep making games like, Chris, get a 4000 series GPU, you need it to run this game. I'm like, I won't play it. I'll go play a fucking PS1 game and watch you drown.
So, long story short, I did get to play the PS1 version of Gimmick.
Uh-huh.
That is hilariously, possibly a worse experience than playing Gimmick 2. Because all the music's horrible and shrill. They fucked up the sound emulation entirely. Basically, the way I hear it described on the cutting room floor is that the sound chip, because there's a custom sound chip in Gimmick's cartridge.
Yeah.
It's overclocked. So imagine everything Mega Man 2 on Game Boy style is cranked up way higher pitch and way louder than it should be. It's an absolute nightmare to listen to, and it doesn't have slowdown. It just drops the frames.
Ooh, Black Myth Wukong style.
And it crops in so you don't see the edges of the screen, which you need to see the secret areas.
You can't crop in an NES game. Are you insane?
That bad. It's dire. So that was insane. But I'm glad I got to experience it, and it lives on my Mister now. Because I find it way too funny that there's an even more busted version of that game. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. Phantom Brave.
Yeah.
I think they heard Chris's complaints about Disgaea 7.
Okay.
Of having too many battles where you could go just kill the main guy and the map ends.
Uh-huh.
So now every battle, no matter how little sense it makes, kill every enemy.
Oh, cool.
Kill every enemy.
Oh, that's great.
It's like, guys, this was supposed to be a fun battle about destroying coconuts. Why is it kill every enemy? It's for stuff that makes literally no sense. Like,
that's really funny. That absolutely feels like an overcorrection.
Yes. Like,
because in Disgaea 7, like, I don't mind it sometimes, but in Disgaea 7 it was like half the maps, and most of the time they didn't even. It's like, guys, throw stacking isn't an advanced technique. Like, people figured that shit out game 1.
Right, which this game actually takes out most of the Phantom Brave's throwing works really differently, so you can't you can't cheese places like that. Marona herself can do a Disgaea style throw where she can pick up and throw one person, but anyone else, they have their weapon they're holding and they can throw that. They can drop their weapon and throw a person, but that means they've dropped their weapon and they're no longer you can't stack up a multitude of people easily.
Do you still bind your spirits to items for a certain amount of turns, and that's how your units come out?
Yes, yeah. So each person's got their own how many rounds they're available for, and the turn-based system is no longer enemy side, player side. It's every character has a turn, which I always liked having that as a difference.
So it's like you characters take turns in an order instead of enemy turn, your turn, enemy turn, your turn.
Right. Yeah, they all have a speed stat, so it just dictates who goes first and all that. Another new mechanic they've added, Marona Confuse with seemingly most any character. I think you just need to build up their relationship, just use them enough and they confuse with them. So even not just main story characters, but random creative characters. It's got the full cast you'd expect from a Disgaea game plus more classes. So you have the standard thief, samurai, warriors, and then new stuff like a whole group of mer people and fox or goat people, and what's the other set? I think there's a bunny person, but I'm not sure. But yeah, she fuses with them and can use their abilities and do a special attack that's like just for that fusion. And it's all really cool. They have their own designs. Like, I thought there might be kind of generic because the first one they get is just for her and Apricot, which is another cute anime girl. So it just kind of looks like Apricot but with green hair. But then I got the one where he fuses Foxman. It's like, yeah, it turns her into a furry.
Cool.
So yeah, pretty cool. Oh yeah, and they have, I think it's a new system where you can summon like a tank and then bind people directly into the tank, and then they just drive around and the tank is super OP.
Vehicles were in Makai Kingdom.
Okay, that's where they're from.
Yeah, Makai Kingdom is the one that had buildings and bases.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not buildings, buildings and vehicles.
Yeah, and the thing was, you set people in buildings at your home base, and then that would be their set of upgrades, right? Like that would be their buffs.
You could like put characters in a building and they'd get some kind of benefit. You could assign them to a building and then they would get benefits from it. And I think they would deploy from it. I don't remember exactly how it works. That game's 20 years old.
Yeah. This has a system kind of like that, but weirdly, you choose your pirate ship, and then each pirate ship has its own bonuses. But strangely, you can only have one pirate ship equipped. So it's like, okay, this one's set up, and you only get the benefits from that. Now I'm thinking about it, I was like, maybe that menu just made bad, and I can have different people assigned to each ship. I need to double check this. I'm not sure. Because you get a ton of different ships, and I've just been like, yeah, but I'm putting everyone in the one that gives me extra experience. And then you can set up the way the crews are arranged on the ship, and they have different distributions of stats. So it's like, okay, this one, everyone on the ship gets 25% bonus, like of the main bonus, with the main bonus is like get 400 extra experience points, 400% extra experience points. And that's divided between those four people evenly. But there are other ones that have really goofy names, like, oh yeah, this is the traditional pirate ship where there's a captain, a first mate, and then 5 different people under them, and they have much less distribution of stats. And then I think oh my god, they're just a bunch of goofily named ones. Like I think one's like Itty and Bitty, and it's in the description for it's like for lifelong friends. Relationship is ambiguous. They have to like, oh yeah, one gets 20 or 80% experience for 20%, something like that.
They never got married.
Right?
Oh yeah, I didn't actually show this. Is that because it was an AFIF? Yes. God damn it.
Disgusting AFIFs.
Yeah, the loathsome AFIF. Whatever. I'll show the much lower quality different one because this is another one from that game, right?
Yeah, that might be from the original, but they do the same design.
Whatever. Anyways,
but yeah, you get it.
It was a while ago. Putties are pretty cool. Look at that.
They're incredible. You can actually, they're one of the monster races you can get have in your party too. So you could have a whole team of putties.
So you're telling me I could fuse Morona with that?
You could.
That's all I've been thinking about.
I wonder what that'll look like. I need to find out. Also, they really encourage leveling up a bunch of different characters because each one like runs a different shop in your hometown.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like the weapon shop. There's the shop that builds a dungeon for you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a shop for the vehicles I mentioned earlier. And the juice bar, which level up your characters. So you're encouraged to level up all of these different characters for that, and you could use them in battle as well. So there's lots of different systems going on, and it's really complicated. And I don't fully understand it, even though I think I'm like 15 or 20 hours in.
Oh, is that all? Just 15 or 20?
Yeah.
You didn't understand. It really opens up when you hit Grand Pulse.
But I'm really, really swole. Like I can destroy basically anything without a problem.
Well, that's good because you have to destroy everything.
Yes, every single thing. Which, yeah, that has been a little bit frustrating, especially with the dungeons, because the dungeons are very Disgaea style, where it's like, oh yeah, go through 6 floors or something. But there's no escape from each level. You have to kill everything on each level. And then the benefits seem minor for doing that. So I'm like, this might be something for way later after I've beaten the game or something, because this isn't adding up right now.
Did you get this game physically?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, but
I figure by the time you're done, I will have finished Dynasty Warriors Origins and a playthrough of another game I'm currently going through. So there's plenty of time.
Right. Yeah. I feel like I can probably get this done by next week. I don't know.
I will not be done with my thing by next
right.
week.
I figured
Most
not.
likely. Most likely.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
My behavior in said game has been deranged, but we will talk about that later.
I guess that's all I have to say about Phantom Brave. I still am like, this is 6 months after the last game. This is insane.
But it's really great, right?
But yeah, it was great.
It's great. Get you real.
It's been so long. Like, I have to say, going straight from like some high points of Disgaea, then getting these offshoots didn't feel as special back then, because it was just like, yeah, one of these games comes out basically every year. Now it's like, yeah, it's been 20 years since I tried this. So yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, no, it's great. Also, I really like Phantom Brave. So cute.
Yeah. The Apricot's great. She's
I'm like, why can't we get more cute shit in games? And I'm like, who am I going to take this beef up with specifically? Sega, because we don't get a Tails game or Cream the Rabbit game. Fuck you, Sega. This is a fucking Tails game.
But that's all
I endorse Cream the Rabbit games.
Is this based on the fringe possibility that vanilla shows up?
We will not be taking questions at this time.
Weird how Tekken 8's cameo character from Sonic franchise is vanilla. That's fucking strange.
That'd be scary in the Tekken engine.
It really would.
Absolutely be mortified.
Yeah.
And since she's the size of an average human mother, she'd be like 5'8", 5'9".
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine? Anyway.
God.
Anything else, Bob?
No. I did play a little bit of Tekken 8, but Vanilla didn't show up. Luckily.
Okay, that's good.
Damn.
Just kill Kusanagi's into your game. I want to talk about the thing I played that isn't Gimmick 2 or Gimmick 1, 2 different bad ports of it, and the original. So, oh wait, I need one more second. I'm just going to stall using my words as for 1 second. I need to make sure we have a song. Different folder. It's not going to show me because it wants me to scroll all the way down because there's a folder that starts with the same letters. Fantastic. I have found it. Here we go. And we're just going to put that over there. So I now have... Wait, what? Wait, what?
No, why?
What? Why is that not working? Chad, I cannot... I genuinely do not know why. I will have to consider this further. Anyways, I've been playing Metaphor Refantazio.
Okay.
I found a really cool room with 3 enemy spawners and spent 4 hours in it and gained 12 levels and maxed out a shitload of archetypes. It was pretty cool.
Nice.
It was basically the Evergrace playthrough where we stopped and went, wait, I can grind for 2 hours here and max out my stats. Felt fucking good, man.
Have you gotten to 9/11 yet?
I'm on the. If I had not done that, I would have already been past 9/11. I am that close. We cannot yet talk about 9/11. It's too soon.
Okay, so I actually do think it's conceivable you beat that game in the next week.
Yeah, especially given the shit I just did, turning all the enemies in the future dungeons into fucking overworld killable enemies. Yeah,
that's gonna happen. If you're doing all the optional shit, that's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's
kind of regardless.
I think the saddest part is I had 2 different characters that were 1 pip away from unlocking like their final thing because I was level 6 friends with them instead of level 7 friends with them, and I'm like, I could have maxed out that archetype. archetype. I could have done it. No, if only I was a better friend. Fuck. But yeah, no. That game's really great. It enables you, the player, to be cracked out and awesome. I love that maxing out an archetype gives you a permanent stat buff.
Yeah,
that feels fucking good.
It's always good.
The funniest thing in that game, though, is when you level up from killing an enemy on the overworld, it does it differently from how it does it normally in a battle. Because the next time you level up in a battle, it goes, okay, good, great. I have 14 fucking stat points you need to distribute. Yes! Because you did not go through the menus properly when you gained those levels. I'm like, oh boy, where are all these stat points going to go? Almost maxed out magic. They could go anywhere. Yeah, it's great. That game continues to be fantastic. That soundtrack is fucking incredible. One of the funny. So I was listening. I don't always listen to them. In fact, I very rarely do, just because I'm usually fucking busy. I was listening to Castle Super Beast this week, and one of my favorite moments is when I believe it was Pat tried to do the metaphor battle music with his mouth. However, I need to point out, I listened to that fucking podcast. That podcast ended after 2 hours and 34 minutes. I thought we had a baby-sized podcast compared to them. That's what I had heard for the longest time. Was that just an abnormally short one? What's the deal here, chat? I was like, what the fuck? I still have shit I'm doing. What do you...
We've had a power creep in podcast.
We have.
Yeah, it's been slowly bloating.
Yeah, at a certain point, I finally
Since we started
distributed my
covering the
14
industry
stat points
burning
to
into
length.
fire.
Yeah, fucking Jesus. Oh, Pat was sick.
Oh.
There we go. That explains it. See, I knew that because I saw the Blue Sky edits. Did you see any of the Blue Sky edits? So, what was it? Peach uploaded the picture of Pat wrapped up in the blanket to feel better, to get warm. And then people started editing that into countless video game images and other things. I wish I remembered exactly which ones they did. It was very fucking funny. Like, I love the Baki edit where it's just the guy's head.
Oh, God, that. Jesus.
Oh, man.
Which, for the record, that is not actually a thing in Baki. That is an edit of a Baki panel. There is no part in Baki where, like, you can see him now and he's just a head with, like, a baby-sized bundle of bandages under it. Like, that is not a thing that occurs.
Look, I did look into that, but until I did, I believed it wholeheartedly.
Yeah, because it's Baki. It feels like it could have been true.
Yeah, when I finally saw the episode, I was like, okay, all of this makes sense now.
Oh, yeah, the anime finally got to pickle.
Yeah.
The caveman they found in a glacier and who wake up and was like, let's have him fight, guys.
Was this a good idea?
No.
No.
Okay.
It turns out, it seems like, from what I've seen of Baki, not filled with good ideas.
Oh, no. In fact, the part at the next thing that happens is an even worse idea and possibly an abomination against God.
Oh, my. I guess I don't have anything else to say about Metaphor Refantazio. It feels, honestly, it feels like anything I can say would just be old. People know.
Yeah.
People know Metaphor is fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's crack. It gets you real high.
It gets you real high. That's literally it, man. Anyways, let's move on. I hate that I have to talk about it. Bob and I played Gimmick and Gimmick 2. It was my first time beating Gimmick. I had held that off because I'm like, it's going to be a very special stream when I do this. And I did not know Gimmick 2 was going to happen. So it was special. Gimmick 2 is horrible. It's for people who don't know, I don't enjoy coming to podcasts and saying mean things or live streams, but I got to be honest with y'all. Sometimes you're on my side and you just want to hear it like it is. Other times you're like, no. Gimmick 2 is incredibly disgusting. It is a terrible fucking game. It has not understood any of what made the original interesting, unique, or anything. It looks like it should take place. What's the name of that fucking Critter Crunch? The PS3 puzzle game?
Yeah, no.
It looks like it belongs in that world more than the world of fucking Gimmick. The world of
Critter
Gimmick
Crunch,
has castles and all sorts of cool architecture and moves along. It's got a fun pirate ship. It's got all this other shit. Somehow, you made 2 whole fucking worlds that look like they're fucking Critter Crunch.
Critter Crunch has a better art style.
I mean, it does. The important thing here is that this looks like bootleg Critter Crunch world building when you made a sequel to Gimmick.
I think that all they thought that meant was you threw a star.
And the physics don't feel good on the star. How important could that be? I think it came out that Gimmick took 3 years to make, which is insane for an NES game.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's insane for a Famicom game. The quotes from the director of the game were very funny on it, where he was just like, people who sell video games, they don't know about the thing they're selling. They just care about what's popular at the time. And since the Super Famicom had just come out, that was a bit of a problem. They didn't know. They just knew our product wasn't a Super Famicom product, so our game did not sell well.
Yeah.
Fun fact, a lot of people talking about they made a Gimmick 2 without contacting the original creator, right?
Uh-huh.
The original creator's name was edited out of the intro credits to the original release.
What?
There's prototype codes from the PAL region, and by PAL region, I think Sweden? It's only one region. I can't remember which one. Released that shows that he credited himself. It said a Tomomi Sakai game. And then it got changed to Authentic Entertainment or whatever.
Oh, Jesus.
The funny thing is he coded the game so that way it was hard dependent on those characters existing in those slots or the game would not work. They outsmarted him. Those characters, the important ones to that crash state, are still on the ROM. They just never display. So the ROM still says Tomomi, just somewhere in it. So anyway, that is not a new experience for him, it turns out. I also found his quote about Gimmick 2 very funny. He's like, Gimmick is a fully complete artistic creation. I don't know how you make a sequel to it. And I'm like, I do.
You make some dog shit that's exactly like every other fucking dog shit indie RPG, indie platformer ever fucking made.
The game feels bad. The music is terrible. Apparently, it's a soundtrack made by David Wise and a composer who's done audio work and composing on some of the lowest rent games I've ever fucking heard of. And they're just doing a magnum opus of making me hate them. It is a superb masterclass in making me want to back up over you with my car. That's how I feel about Gimmick 2 at the molecular level. I cannot be polite about Gimmick 2. No part of Gimmick 2 is good or done correctly. It is terrible. It is a horrible game. Gimmick 1 is an exploratory piece as you move through these levels that flow seamlessly and have these ideas per screen. Gimmick 2 is we figured out how to make puzzle rooms that you must solve individually for levels that go on far too long with aesthetics that are completely terrible, with a song that is awful, with physics that are not right. And aggro, would you believe me that they thought Yumetaro, the mascot of Gimmick, is such an adorable character. He's such a good design. People will love to customize him. So you can put different funny hats on Yumetaro. You can give Yumetaro different skin pigments. You can change the star to a fucked up, shitty looking version, allegedly, of the star from the original Gimmick. So you know what this led to, right, Aggro? You know what this led to.
Yeah, I've seen it posted around.
You know what is happening.
I'm staring at it in the Discord right now.
I hate that they did this. I hate... Why would flipping it horizontally fuck up the scaling? Like, it went blurry the moment I flipped them horizontally. That makes no sense. Okay. Disengage, reengage? No. What a weird OBS glitch. I've never seen that before. Anyway, enjoy that, Bob.
No, thanks. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
I don't like that.
God.
It's okay. He's behind you now. I'm serious. I can't be polite about Gimmick 2. I'm not capable because I would have to be dishonest.
Yeah, it feels like it's on the same level of like... It reminded me of the Microids Joe and Mac, where it's like, this is dog shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly right. And for people who are curious, the Euphoria 2, Hebereke, is made by Sunsoft. This is made by a developer owned by Embracer, who got the rights from Sunsoft to make a Gimmick 2. The studio homemade, as far as I can tell, to make Gimmick 2. The creator of the studio loves Gimmick 2. And weirdly, people tell me the IGN documentary or article about this that goes into the behind the scenes of how Gimmick 2 got made mostly talks about how that guy bought a lot of copies of Gimmick.
Weird.
Huh.
I mean, also Euphoria 2 has like an art style, like it's going for that yarn type thing. And
yeah, no, it's made
while
by
it doesn't
a real
look
fucking
perfect,
developer who
it
owns
looks-
the IP and cares about it.
yeah, it's hard for me to overstate, dear listener. If you haven't looked at or played Gimmick 2, don't play it. You can look at it if you want. Even that's ill-advised. How they really did just mash it into this exact same format of every shitty indie platformer with like Flash looking graphics.
It was funny because we said our own piece about how the game was. And I know Tosh wasn't watching. She wasn't watching the stream at that point. She comes in hours later to the stream and says all the same shit we did when we first saw it. Of it looks like a Newgrounds game. It looks absolutely terrible. I hate his swimming animation and I hate how he looks. This music sucks.
Oh my god, there's not even a boss for most levels.
Real quick,
Okay.
we'll get to that in 1 second. I need to ramp them up a little.
Okay.
So here's how Gimmick 2 looks.
Ugh.
This is how Gimmick 2 looks.
That's the beginning of the game where at least it's pretending to be like a regular level. It hasn't given up and just become puzzle rooms yet. That's one screen later.
So
I should not look at a screenshot of a video game and see two different techniques for gradients.
Yeah, no, it's...
So I appreciate this image here. I'm just going to show it, even though it's not really key to my point. It also reinforces how I feel because these are two different attitudes displayed by these two different designs. But anyway, that's not important. So Bob, tell me about the bosses in Gimmick 2 while I get a picture of one of the most iconic boss moments in Gimmick 2.
There are only a few actual bosses, and they are all literally upscales of regular enemies.
Yeah,
they're just
so
bigger.
So green guy, but huge.
Yeah, it's all things you've already seen, and then they've run out. They can't even make a big version of other bosses. They're just like, snowball.
So yeah, the in the lava plus ice world, because making a world based on either individually was too much, they did half a world of each sequentially. You do the lava and then you do the ice. And I'm like, why? Why any of this? They end it with a snowball chasing you.
Yeah.
For way too long.
Right.
In a game where, now this is going to sound insane, but this is actually true. Gimmick 1's boss fights have some spacing and footsies in them that is insane for an NES era platformer. It feels almost like Dark Souls. It is fucked up how good and like well considered the bosses in Gimmick are.
Mm-hmm.
And then Gimmick 2 goes, snowball. Yeah. I don't like anyone saying a game looks like a Newgrounds game. That always rubbed me the wrong way. That started happening in 7th gen, and that felt bad to me. You know, because there's this attitude that was like, well, I used to get to play games like this for free. Why would I pay $5, $10?
Yeah.
And I'm like, because a human made it with their time. I don't think you understand the capitalism is supposed to support art creation aspect of things, as it's notionally supposed to work in our society.
Uh-huh.
But god damn if this doesn't fucking look like it. God damn if there isn't
like
a better fucking way to describe this.
Right. Like, it's
Braid. It looks like Braid.
It's so vile. So many people were like, this looks like a mobile phone game ad.
Mm-hmm.
Like it looks like a fake game almost. It's terrible. And the thing is, like, I knew at the end of the day probably wasn't going to be as good as Gimmick 1. That would be hard to do. because Gimmick 1 is a well-considered piece on every aspect. But goddamn, if you just didn't make one of the most boring, fucking terrible, cookie-cutter feeling 2D platformers you could have in modern year, and just call it the sequel to one of the like most hidden gem ass motherfucking games on the NES. Fuck. Anyways, I also beat Gimmick 1 on that stream. Hey, Aggro.
Yeah.
Gimmick 1's great.
You don't say.
Yeah, it's really good. We started playing Gimmick 1 on the PS4 port, which, fun fact, I showed off at the beginning of that stream my physical copy of the Japanese release of Gimmick on PS4. It came with the Yumotaro plush I got signed by the composer. It came with a bunch of goodies like this cute little pin that I have yet to put on, this jacket, and also a cute little trading card of Gimmick. And as Chet has called her, Red Girl, who in Gimmick 2 becomes Red Woman. I put the disc in Aggro, and the PS5 popped up with the spinny disc at the top of the screen and did nothing. And I thought for a moment, I was like, what the fuck's going on? And then I realized, oh my God. Sometimes when Sony makes a system, they bury knives. So that way a developer or publisher can just out of nowhere kick the knife up out of the ground and just stab you with it like a fucked up action scene in a movie. Aggro? This is region locked. I can't play that copy of Gimmick I bought.
One of like maybe 2 games.
2 on the PS4. That's region locked. Now, there is a US release, and the US release, as I understand it, is through Limited Run Games. So there is a fringe possibility. I don't know these things. I don't know these things. And I'm not trying to say these things are the truth. I'm hypothesizing that maybe the reason why there's some region locking is that maybe the Japanese release isn't handled by Limited Run Games, and maybe the US release is. And that's how we ended up here. Also, for people who don't know, the PS4 version is made by City Connection. City Connection is infamous for making some of the laggiest ports of any games ever to the PS4.
They may be the devil.
They might be the devil. Pretty sure they're the fucking devil. This was so bad. And my friend Masami was like, I love that you use him like this, like he's a guinea pig to prove to people that it's not just your extreme autism that is the cause of this. It is real thing for real normal people. I made Spiff play the original Gimmick on my CRT and then play it on the PS4. Original Gimmick on the CRT, he first time playing this game, he gets to the end of the first screen, he bounces the star off the ground, jumps on it, and gets to the secret area, and then jumps across to get the bonus item. PS4, he sits there for 3 minutes, cannot do it, goes into the next room, fucks up a jump, and drowns. Because there's that much lag.
Like, it really is a serious problem, I think, that old games are getting these dog shit versions with tons more input latency. Like children and Zoomers and Gen Alphas are playing these games. Like even the Switch Online versions of the games was being like, why did people like this? And I'm like, because it felt 100 times better on the original fucking hardware.
Yeah. No, it's true. I mean, there was a very big moment, late 7th gen, a lot of 8th gen, where people were just like, no, those games are ridiculously hard and impossible. And I'm like, you are playing them with shitloads of latency that simply were not there before. Like your controller's adding latency, your screen's adding latency, the
emulator you're using is adding latency.
Adding a shitload of latency. So at the end of the day, get yourself a fucking Mister. It's one of the best things you could fucking do.
Yeah, you can get it for 150, 180 now. You know, if you watch it and wait for it to.
Yeah, the Mr. Pi has been
go down in price.
Certified by a lot of people to be just as good as a normal Mister, and it's radically cheaper. So please do yourself a favor, get one of those. As I understand it, they also have analog output, so you could even play it on a real ass CRT if you got the right cables, which is dope because you don't need a high quality CRT to get a display that has no latency.
Right, no.
As it turns out, any CRT is a CRT with no latency.
Except for those
HD ones. That's true.
Yeah.
If you're looking at one and it's a 16:9 CRT, those HD CRTs, those have latency. But they don't for the HD content.
Huh.
Because that's the size of the screen. It doesn't need to scale it.
Weird. Okay.
That's how I understand that works. So that's crazy. Honestly, I wish we had an HD CRT. I could use it for watching Blu-rays
It would be neat.
and playing 360 games, and that's about it. That's about it. Yeah, Gimmick's absolutely delightful. I love that game with all my heart and soul. Gimmick 2's completely repugnant. The opening of that game, aggro, is a shot for shot recreation of the opening of the original Gimmick, but they quickly go, and here's her daughter, and her daughter's now having the birthday. It's the daughter of the main character you saved in the first game. Anyway, shot for shot, here we go. And I'm like,
of course, it looks terrible because their new art styles looks terrible.
yeah.
I look forward to you posting about Gimmick 2 every New Year's with me as I post about Resistance 2.
I should make that our two parallel bits. This sounds great. This sounds fantastic. Yeah. At least Gimmick 2 probably made more people aware of Gimmick. At least that probably happened, and those people probably found out about Gimmick. Were like, cool. Because here's the thing, Gimmick 2, they announced that, I think, at the Limited Run Games thing.
They did announce it there, but when Gimmick 2 actually released, I don't think I saw a single person talk about it.
No, not a single person, because everyone got pissed when Gimmick 2 was announced. So
yes.
That moment might have gotten people into Gimmick.
Mm-hmm. The actual release of the game shouldn't have happened, just so we're clear.
Just so we're clear, no, it shouldn't have. My God. Worth noting, if I remember all this correctly, Embracer owned the studio, Embracer owned Limited Run Games.
How did this happen?
How did this happen? Anyway, I think that's all I ever want to fucking say about Gimmick 2, other than, by the way, as a note, on the PS4 version of Gimmick 2 being an unplayable nightmare and literally unplayable for the version I bought. I regret nothing. I have a Yumataro plush signed by the composer and a beautiful Japanese box art box. Because, Aggro, have you seen the PAL version of Gimmick's box?
Oh, no.
No.
Okay, cool, great. Let me show you the cute Japanese one real quick. Let me just, because keep in mind, these are based on the region's original releases. So here's our cool Gimmick special edition. This is the version. That's what I own. Okay.
Okay.
Now let me go get Mr. Gimmick, which was its name. And there's the weird, hideous box for that.
It's like,
Oh,
Okay, not that
cute.
bad.
I don't know.
Seems fine.
I don't. Maybe it's because I know what the original box art looks like. Maybe I should have to show them. Maybe it's because I perceive what is implied to be there.
Okay, hang on. This is amazing. With the way you put those first two boxes, that now looks like a Dodrio.
You're right. Anyway, so that's what's supposed to be there. That is the original box art, Mr. Gimmick. So yes, there's a cute plush there, but I always see him. He's always there in my eye.
weirdly, the new version just makes me think of Persona 4.
That's true. I actually was thinking about that too. I was like, man, that's kind of Persona 4. Because you didn't have this horrible creature right to distract those vibes. Anyways, yeah. So I'm okay with it. And besides, that's a dog shit port anyways.
Right.
Now I get to feel better about leaving it in its box because I couldn't play it anyhow. I bought it digitally for anyone who's like, then how did you play? I bought it digitally. Anyway. Hey, Bob.
Hey.
Did you have anything you wanted to say about Gimmick 2's fucking bullshit-ass nightmare?
No, I don't.
It has
We've
no
already covered
inventory.
It sucks.
It has no inventory.
No, it doesn't have it. That would be another mechanic.
The first one did.
game basically doesn't have mechanics.
The NES version does
The
that.
Gimmick 2 doesn't, though. That's the point. The point is to be this hyper simplistic, terrible platformer that's puzzle based.
It sure accomplished that goal. Hey, Bob.
What's up?
You know what I just realized is still in our layout?
Hmm.
This guy.
Oh, hey.
Yeah.
Everyone loves the guy from the famous game Predecessor.
And then Paragon the Overprime.
Oh, God.
Anyways, we need to get people to start making games featuring that dude.
Yeah, he's not Twin Blaster. I don't remember who his name was.
No, that's the other guy. I don't remember his. Was he was in 2 games? He was in 3 because he was in Paragon the Overprime, and Predecessor. So.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the public domain? Yeah, he should be. That should be Epic's consolation for anyone who knew about Paragon.
I think it is. I think they just released
He's
him
not
so
public domain, but he is literally in the Epic Store for free for use in your game.
Right, not
which is not the same thing.
No.
I can't go make my weird orangutan movie. Anyways, that's it. I talked about Metaphor. I talked about that. I think that's all I wanted to talk about. Bob, you talked about everything you were talking about?
Yeah, I think I covered all of it. Yeah.
Hey, Aggro. What's your deal?
Sir.
What's your deal?
So you remember last week how I didn't play anything because I had a fun hospital trip?
Yes.
Yeah, we followed that up with a plumbing disaster. So your boy's still living out of a duffel bag in a guest room.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
And has not touched a video game.
Jesus.
Good times.
Hey, Chris, what have you been playing?
So I played. First, I got this game for $8 last year. And finally decided to pop it in and try it out. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. This game sucks.
Aw.
First of all, it looks like shit compared to Borderlands 3. Like, just visually, it is transparently cheaper.
And this was
I need to go look at
right?
Yeah, and this is a separate bootable game, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I need to go look at the and by the way, I paid $10 for the PS5 upgrade, so it can't even be that.
Oh.
I need to go look at Borderlands 2. Be like, do you just look like Borderlands 2? Yeah, like I didn't get any good guns. I played for like 5 hours and didn't get any good guns. And it's like Borderlands isn't fun if you're not getting good guns.
Yeah, no, that's a fail.
Yeah.
It seems like that to get good guns, you have to scour the areas they made for these dice. And then you touch the dice, and each dice you touch increases your loot luck by 1.
No.
This is obviously a much cheaper game than Borderlands 3. Levels are pretty short. Like, it's not like Borderlands 3 where you go to a planet and the planet is a big area and you go to different places in the area to do quests. In Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, it's a fairly linear level and like combat rooms they make, and you walk on like a JRPG-esque world map that is a game board.
Weird. That is
because you're playing bunkers and badasses, and
yes,
Tiny Tina is the DM. She doesn't do the black voice in this one like she does in Borderlands 2.
What a sentence.
Yeah, I was like, I don't remember this.
Anthony Birch didn't have to come in and write another part where he's transparently indignant people said that wasn't cool, which happened in one of the Borderlands 2 DLCs.
Okay, I'm going to step away from the podcast for a moment.
But yeah, just not very fun. And like, just a real miss. It was so bad I went back to Borderlands 3.
You know, I didn't hear anyone talk about this much when it came out, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised that it was just a genuine downgrade.
Yeah, I kept almost picking it up because I had such a great time with 3, but oh my god, that dice thing is throwing me for a loop. Like, getting cool guns is the reason you play Borderlands. If you try to gate that behind a scouring collectible, that you have misunderstood the game you're making.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't know if I'm just really unlucky, but like I didn't get anything better than a blue the entire time. Like I didn't even see a purple.
Oh, so this isn't like, oh, you got purple guns that were just bad? It's you didn't even get
I didn't even get a
wow.
purple gun. I only got greens and blues.
Huh.
Enemies also just feel spongier than 3, but that might be because I'm not getting any good guns. So then I went back to Borderlands 3. I had some fun. Last time I discussed Borderlands 3, I said the writing isn't really that bad. I hadn't gotten to the part where they want me to feel.
Oh, those are that sort of thing is usually the worst part of those.
I don't actually know where I am. I assume I'm at least halfway because they killed an important character in a way that didn't make me feel anything and was kind of cartoonish.
I would love to help you zero in on that, but I honestly don't remember that happening.
You don't remember one of the playable characters from Borderlands 2 getting unceremoniously killed in a cutscene?
I feel like it. No, I don't remember that. I'm not saying like I'm skeptical that happened. I'm like, that game had a story, I think.
Right?
It's the siren from Borderlands 2, and the villain like grabs her and turns her into dust and explodes her.
Right, yeah, because it was the one from 2 and I didn't give a shit.
Yeah, she is not the main character.
They sure made me stand there while a lot of characters talked at me sad.
Oh my god.
They sure did make me do that, perhaps too longer than Borderlands should. And then they made me fight too many bosses in a row that were, shoot me a bunch. Here's my shield, and here's my guys. Kill the guys. Okay, the shield's down. Shoot me some more. Here's my shield. Here's my guys. Kill the guys. Okay, my shield's down. Also the gear treadmill broke. I have a brain condition where I will buy into a gear treadmill, but at some point my brain will go, oh, it's a gear treadmill, and then it'll turn off forever.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that's how I quit every single WoW expansion when I played WoW. Like, there would be a point a couple months in where I'd be like, I'm on, and like, there is no top of the mountain. I can never be done, so I'm done now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the guns in Borderlands 3 are a lot of fun. Man, if you moved as fast as Doom in a Borderlands game, that might be one of the greatest games ever made.
Yeah, ain't that the fucking truth?
That would be really cool to see him do.
Like, you don't need to have air dashes. Your basic run speed in a Borderlands game needs to be as fast as Doom guy.
Yeah, it's always one of the, like, just thinking about the two of, like, how many times it felt like I had to walk way too far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I get that they can't really do that easily because they're trying to do the 4-player co-op thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, make a spin-off or something where you can just let me run at Doom speeds.
Man, could you imagine they unveil Borderlands 4 gameplay reveal and it's that?
That'd be
cool. That would be so fucking awesome.
I'm still on the edge of my seat. Like, it's just going to be Borderlands 3, but with every single UE5 feature turned on and looking terrible.
I'm really scared that's going to be the case, yeah.
Oh, wait, I need to save something I was going to say for our later segment, our new segment that everyone loves and they need to get used to hearing from every week forever.
Great.
I also streamed some Super Puzzled Cat, not Puzzle Cat, Puzzled Cat.
This cat is puzzled.
I love that name so much. Like, I think it'd be way less endearing if it was Super Puzzle Cat. Like, Puzzled Cat is way funnier.
It is. It's hilarious.
This is, as they say, a torture platformer. It is very much. It is not in the vein of I Want to Be the Guy, because the thing about I Want to Be the Guy is it would always sucker punch you. Like the apple would fall up and instantly kill you. Or some shit like that. This doesn't do shit like that. Everything behaves in a very understandable way. It's just evil.
Sometimes they do trick you into flying out somewhere and then being like, here's a sign that says you're going to die here.
Yeah. In fact, that's in the first level, I think, or possibly the second one.
Yeah.
Where you see a big sign that says bonus area, and then you get down there and you see the rest of the sign that said, wouldn't it be cool if this was a bonus area? Reload. But you can checkpoint whenever you want, and all of them, the checkpoints you make in a level are saved, so you can roll back by hitting the button more than once. So it doesn't matter. It's not that bad. The items in this game that you use to progress through these levels are deranged.
Yes.
So here's an example of some of them. A jetpack. You hit the button to use the jetpack and you fly up and can move left and right. You can't turn off the jetpack. You're going to go as high as the jetpack goes, and if you hit something, you die.
It's great.
Yes.
A pack of gum that turns you pink and you bounce, and it's useful because you can bounce higher than you can jump if you have enough momentum, and you can bounce off spikes that kill you. You have no control when you're gum. You will just fucking bounce wherever you're going to bounce, and you can hit the button again to turn it off. A gun, not a cartoon gun, like a 9mm.
Yeah, it's great.
They give this cat girl a fucking 9mm. And that can destroy blocks, and you have 6 rounds. A bomb, it's just a bomb. You set it, and it works like a Mario 2 bomb. A power-up that turns you into an actual cat.
Yeah, that shit's hilarious.
The cat can climb walls. You cannot. The cat also auto runs. You cannot change direction as the cat. But if you run into a wall, you start climbing it, and if you jump off the wall, then you're turned around. If you let yourself get to the top of a wall and there's just a roof ceiling at the top of the wall, you turn back to normal. Reuse headband that lets you do a shoryuken that can function as a double jump and also break blocks. A shooting star that lets you do like a volt tackle. And if you're moving upwards, you go up at a 45-degree angle. And if you're moving down, you go down at a 45-degree angle. And if you hit something, you will break the blocks and then bounce off it.
Oh. That's cool. I didn't see that.
A power-up that makes a clone, and you hit the button again to switch between the clones. And the clones have collision, so one can stand on top of the other, and then the other can run around, and you can jump and then switch and then jump off the one that jumped initially.
That sounds like a pain.
Oh yeah, every time that power-up shows up, it's like, oh, you're in for a fucking nightmare. There are secret unlockable levels you find by finding stars that are very difficult to get in existing levels. Every one of those optional levels, I only did 3 on my stream, but they are a bitch.
Do you know if you get any things from the fish?
You eventually unlock like things you can spend the gold coins on.
Do you get the gold coins from the fish?
No, the gold coins are in the levels and are difficult to get. Like, you have to do tricks to get them. Then you hit start and go to the cat shop in the menu. And if you catch enough fish, certain items will be unlocked in the cat shop.
Oh, okay, there we go. That's how it ties back to the fish.
So the first optional level, I'm pretty sure it's the first one, is full of ghosts, and it gives you a lantern. And you can, if you get near the lantern and hit the button, you can pick up the lantern and carry it around. If you're outside the light of the lantern, 2 ghosts start closing in on you. All the ghosts, by the way, are the same cat girl as you are, but waving glow sticks and like slightly opaque. Now you might think, since you can't use any other items while you're carrying the lantern, the level would be about cleverly positioning the lantern. That is not what the level is about. Let's say, for example, you get the jetpack. You can't use it while you're carrying the lantern. So what you do is you hit the button to use the jetpack and then immediately hit the button to pick up the lantern. And you have to do this while doing shit like, okay, you have the shoes that will let you stand on air for a little while. So tap the lantern button, jump off this cliff, tap the lantern button to drop the lantern, immediately on the next frame, tap the button to use the airwalk shoes, and on the frame after that, tap the button to catch the lantern before it falls into the hole.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
All the secret levels are deranged like that. The second one is like, okay, here's combat rooms with these snakes. You have to figure out how to bounce off all the snakes and get the key, that you cannot get the key until all the snakes are dead, and the snakes behave in bizarre ways that you need to manipulate their AI to get them into the correct position for you to be able to kill them and get these keys. And then the third secret level is just a boss fight against an evil cat. Her name is Malice Cat. You fight her on Final Destination.
That's incredible.
It starts with, first she just does first she just dashes at you, and if she touches you, you die. And you have to trick her into running off the level, and she falls and dies. Then she comes back with demon wings, shooting lasers and knives. Then then she turns. Then I forget the order it goes, and then I think the next one is she uses the cat power up, and now speeds back and forth across the screen, dropping bombs. And one of the bombs is an item you can get, and you have to time the bomb to get her. Then she shows up with the clone power up, with one of them dashing at you and the other one shooting blood and knives, shooting lasers and knives. And so you have to dodge them until one charges up her fucking shine spark, and you have to bait her into hitting the other one. And then finally you are done with this 4-phase boss fight.
Can't say I was expecting that in Puzzled Cat.
I watched a decent amount of that, and I did not imagine a weird boss fight like that.
I might go back and stream the rest of it. I had a lot of fun streaming it. There's a lot of moments where I just pause the game and I'm like, okay, what do you want me to do? I don't exactly It's the kind of puzzle game I really like, where it's like, here's your tools. You can do it with these, we promise. Fucking figure it out. It's almost Lemmings-esque. Which, by the way, how come there hasn't been a new Lemmings game in over a decade? What's the deal? Where's a new Lemmings game?
I bet it was somehow eventually owned by Embracer.
Probably.
I think it's owned by Sony.
They're probably the only boomers would buy this. No.
Like, I think the most recent version of Lemmings was on the PSP.
No, there's a... Wait, am I mixing it up with Worms?
There's been plenty of Worms.
Yeah, there's been plenty of Worms.
Let's see. Oh God, is the most recent Lemmings game from 2006? Lemmings on the PlayStation Portable, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation Mobile. I think Team 17 owns Lemmings. And I do not think that Team 17 is owned by Embracer.
No, I don't think they are. But yeah, Team 17, I'm pretty sure owns Worms in.
Yeah, they own Worms for sure.
I know they own.
But where's the Lemmings? We need to bring back Lemmings. I had fucking DOS Lemmings.
Can we bring back Lode Runner before Lemmings? Because it's a better game.
Well, a lot of games are better than Lemmings. I'll just say that.
One moment. We need to find the most it was popular at the time list of games, and then we have to rank them all. We have to collectively. It'll be harder than Game of the Year.
It will.
It'll be harder.
Apparently, Sony does indeed own Lemmings, which would explain why we haven't seen it in almost 20 years. Yeah. Hey Sony, where the fuck is the Lemmings Astrobot?
Yeah, that is weird.
Because you don't. There's no way Sony remembers they own Lemmings. There's not a fucking chance.
Oh yeah, that's in the box.
I played Astrobot. I forgot to talk about it. I'll talk about it after Super Puzzle Cat.
Remember, like, wasn't it like in the past month where Sega's like, we're forming a committee to learn everything we own? Because we're
sending a group of interns into the cave.
Yeah, that really is how it is with all these big companies which have been acquiring things and just have things sitting in the back of a closet for 20 plus years.
Yeah.
30 years, 40 years. Gaming's been around for a while, guys.
Really?
I know, right?
Oh,
yeah, you get weird shit like I think the company that technically owns the rights to Shadow Hearts now, like, makes like fucking washing machines or something now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I played some more Infinity Nikki because it got a big content drop.
How's the goat?
It's fine. It is funny how I'm starting to see how they intend to pull money out of people, which I am immune to, because I am immune to the game just going spend money, and I'm like, no. Like, but don't you want to beat the Sovereign of Elegance in a fashion rematch? And I'm like, not if I can only seemingly do that with one specific outfit.
Jesus.
Because it needs to be an elegant outfit with the subtype Ling Long, which is the new like Chinese aesthetic clothes they've added, because it's for I
Chinese
think
New Year. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That
Chinese
makes sense.
New Year event. It's like, I'm not going to do that. I might try the rematch with the Sovereign of Cool. She was in our Game of the Year awards.
But she wasn't, as I've heard, whipped.
No,
Or glazed.
Whipped and glazed over, glazed all over was in fact Trails, I believe. Trails Through Daybreak was the game.
Trails
that
is a very important game.
It's a very important game to the GigaBoots people.
Yeah, there are a lot of characters get glazed quite often in Trails.
Let's see. There's also Hugel, the functional bird. Very functional bird, and every one of those podcast network appreciates them. I should at least link it for chat. Who didn't see the tweet?
Yeah.
Chat, I was this is the Dan's becoming a daytime person arc, and that requires that I sometimes take the sleepy gummies. I took the sleepy gummies, and normally I like to think you get more drunk, you get more high, you stop noticing things as much. But I took the sleepy gummy, and it's almost like the AI button on YouTube appeared to me in that moment, because I had been filtering it with my brain the whole time. And it is in this moment that I was fucking tired as shit, because these sleepy ass gummies. I went, I should hit that button. So I went to Game of the Year. I hit the button. I was like, summarize it, fucker. Good luck. It spent forever trying to figure this out. It's like 1 moment. Because it's 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, let me go ahead and throw out some summaries real quick. And it has like, would you like to ask it these specific things? That's all I ever did. I was like, summarize the video. Okay. And then it's like, what is the significance of Hugel? The bird from, as it calls it, East 10 Nordics. I clicked that. And he is considered a best friend character and is generally loved by the GigaBoots crew. Here's why he's significant. First bullet, he's a functional bird. Second bullet, he can't talk, but he's great. Third bullet, he's universally loved. In the
What a
video,
useful technology.
I know. We should burn everything to the ground for this. The Trails. Why are the Trails games important? The Trails series, particularly Trails Through Daybreak, is significant to the GigaBoots crew because first bullet, it's a massive world. Second bullet, it has a cool, they put the quotation marks there, martial arts master. They wouldn't even sign off on that one, apparently. They had to put that in quotes. Martial arts master. Trails Through Daybreak features a, quote, really cool guy named Schwarzer. Next bullet.
What a horrible technology.
Next bullet. It has a Super Saiyan character.
Trails has a lot of Super Saiyan characters. Characters going Super Saiyan is a shockingly common occurrence in.
Then it says the Super Saiyan character Shuna Rim Misurugi. And the final bullet. It's a whipped character, this whole game is a whipped character. The character gets, quote, glazed really hard in the game.
It's exactly the same level of quality that we saw 5 years ago when it's like, I fed it every script for a Batman movie, and it's made its own Batman movie. It's the most hilarious thing.
The thing is, it got better, and then it got worse, because they had to start feeding in AI-generated things to continue giving it training data, because they ran out of the rest of the world.
It's so funny. It's like, oh my god, what a useless thing you've done.
New one out in 7 days, by the way.
Of course.
I'm excited to add Qasim Al Fayed to the new category biggest fraud for next year.
There was a weirdly large chunk of.
Do you think he's gonna get glazed?
They glaze him so. The main character literally says about this dude, because he's in the first game. You don't fight him, and he's not a party member or anything. He only exists in like the abstract. He says he's the strongest man currently alive, maybe in all of history. And I'm like, them? No, fuck you. I've seen some of the other characters in this franchise.
A weirdly large amount of this week's Digital Foundry Direct weekly was about AI, and there was a funny part where they were like, "Yeah, these AIs are getting so good at solving these AI benchmarks that we have to come up with harder things for them to tackle." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's almost like we're designing them to do that one thing."
Yeah, weird. Well,
Yeah, weird.
It's good doing the benchmark made for it. How to do that?
No one's ever, and I mean ever, taken a piece of technology and geared it to do better at the benchmarks by which the technology is measured.
Oh, I tried the Monster Hunter benchmark. Did you?
No, because I have what is barely the second best setup in the world to play a video game on PC.
Look, the other one's only on paper.
If I can't run it, literally no one can. So that's why I didn't run it. But you ran it?
Yeah, I ran it.
With your 1080 Ti.
Yes. I turned off TAA, which I don't think that they were planning on.
No. No.
It got the score of playable.
Okay.
And
what does that mean?
The average frame rate was 35, which having watched it, no.
Yeah, no, I've heard of people who are like, it said I got 60 frames per second, but when the lightning storm started, it hit like 20.
I really do feel like all these companies, like I feel like there's a very real possibility we get out of this year and it's like, you're never seeing a PS5 series exclusive game again. That shit's going to be on, you're going to be seeing PS4 games until 2032. Like, it's transparently obvious that, like, what is this shit for?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Okay, since we accidentally went into it, yet again, I have to do our world famous segment, We Were Right. Hey, remember all those times Monster Hunter Wilds kept showing up at conferences and multiple people, 3 of the 4 people here, possibly even all 4, went, man, that is not going to run well. Man, that clearly is going for really high fidelity. That's going to cause problems with it running. And multiple people in chat and in the comment section and even in the Discord were really upset that we were saying this. And now that the benchmark is out, everyone's fucking pissed.
It is.
It seems like the game is almost... It seems like the game is almost entirely CPU locked.
Yeah.
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 And I'm like, for what?
That is
for
a great
what
question.
And how?
That is a great question. I wish I knew.
Like, is it just that you're not giving a shit? Is that it? Is that the sauce? That you don't care?
I'm so pissed.
Like, I hate saying that, but like,
there needs to be a reason.
Did you make some unbelievably, we didn't really need this, but we thought it was cool, so we put it in, like, world sim elements to the environment?
It's to the everything. It's literally, and I was talking to this to my friend, like, the reason this didn't happen with Dragon's Dogma 2 is ain't nobody give a shit about Dragon's Dogma 2.
Oh, yeah.
Dragon's Dogma didn't sell 11 million copies. Now, the funniest thing is, you can look at this 2 ways, right? Now, one way is Wilds and Rise are the only that ever, or World and Rise are the only 2 that ever shipped on hardware that ran them well. Out of the entire fucking franchise, it feels like.
It's true.
Four was running on a 3DS at launch originally, and oh god,
if PSP was the main platform for earlier ones.
But here's the thing: I think we literally hit a breaking point because these people who are like, "My PC's strong, why is it doing this?" have to confront that, and they're getting TAA and frame gen on top of it, so it looks like shit. And this isn't an our bubble thing. I'm seeing complete strangers on Blue Sky complain about this shit.
Like, I'm seeing artists who never talk about video games pretty much being like, I don't know if I'm going to get Wilds. It looks like shit, and my computer can barely run it, even though I have like a 3080 and like a modern like a more powerful PC than I have.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody who actually is like, I'm a little bit better than a PS5.
But I also think there's better, actually.
Like, one, the majority of those people who were okay with the versions that ran like shit were, wait for it, in Japan. PS5 has somewhere between dick and all sales in Japan. So I think things are going to be a little bit rough on them from that angle. And like, I don't think there's that many people in the West who were like 3DS sickos. I think most people got in with Worlds, which ran mostly fine. And even if it was 30 on PS4, it was like, it didn't look like TAA shit.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And it ran better than that if you had the Pro.
Yeah, and it looked like it was higher res and shit that had that on the Pro. So like,
and since then, people have played Rise on PC and on like PS5, which runs much better. Like, I feel we have moved to the point over the past decade where a game running really badly is much more detrimental to it than it was during 7th gen or early 8th gen.
yeah, they're actually trying to dip back into the 7th gen arc, and everyone around the world's going, nah. And it's really funny because I hear people who are like, well, you know, consoles running games at 60 are a weird anomaly. And I'm like, actually, 7th gen into 8th gen was the weird anomaly, my friend. You look at the broad landscape of video games, they ran at 60, fuckers. People are not happy.
Right. And then when we did those transitions, it was a fidelity upgrade that was unprecedented.
Right.
In
like,
a lot of ways.
A lot of people are pointing out,
Yeah.
Monster Hunter Wilds doesn't look better than Devil May Cry 5, which shipped on the PS4. I'm seeing a lot of people say shit like that, and I'm like,
You're not wrong.
I'm not going to explain to them that Devil May Cry 5 takes place in
Right, in a hallway.
hallways that are designed
hallways.
to have Crash Bandicoot 1 style view fields that they can account for
Yeah,
fidelity
Right.
wise.
Like
Like,
while
you're
that
not
may be
gonna-
absolutely true and mechanically significant, it's kind of moot for this discussion because it doesn't look better.
Yes, that's
Exactly.
the-
But
Exactly.
I think I think we might see a situation similar to Dragon's Dogma 2, which, by the way, Dragon's Dogma 2 running really bad absolutely fucking hurt that game's sales. It sold 3 million in like its first 2 weeks, and then it took another fucking 10 months to sell 500,000 more. Like, word of mouth absolutely pummeled that game.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of that is how it ran versus what
Yeah,
it seems
apparently
like
the
a lot of
back half
people
of the
dug
game is
20
just-
hours into the game maybe,
Yeah.
and then they went, oh, yeah, that's just what it sounded like out there. I have no opinion.
So I wonder if that might happen. We might get a similar thing with Wilds where it sells really well at launch, and then Capcom expects a much bigger tail, and it doesn't happen. Because people who don't care enough to get it in at launch are also the people who are like, well, it runs really bad. I'll just wait until like the next one that'll be on Switch, and then that'll be run better on these higher end consoles, or Switch 2 and then run better on these higher end consoles.
Yeah, it's really weird, and we ended up in this bizarre situation. By the way, Bob, I need to know from you if this is this a good we were right theme? Should I keep searching? I
that was
like
good.
Talon, the magical spaceship that travels through time. It's
always.
a pretty fucking cool ship. Anyways, it's a really weird situation because during the PS4 generation, we didn't have a case where it's like a person who spent $1,700 on a PC can't play a game twice as like you could play a game twice as good as the PS4.
Right.
PS5 gen, $1,700 on a PC. Can your PC play the game as good as a PS5? Is a real fucking question. There are people who can't run the benchmark because they're crashing during the compile shader stage, which might mean you have an Intel CPU and it's fried.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
again, like I've seen a lot of really defensive PCMR guys being like, people just don't want to upgrade their PCs. First of all, correct, every single component is now inordinately expensive,
Right.
which was not the case from like 2009 to 2021. And two, like it or not, the back compat huge cross-gen phase has created a large group of people who are like, I'm not fucking upgrading. What I have plays 80% or more of what I want.
Yeah.
Why would I get a PS5? Most things I want to play are still on PS4. Why would I upgrade my PC? Most things I want to play are still run great on my 1080 or my 1070.
And like operating consoles is even harder to justify is they just won't reduce the price. So
Right.
like why
Yeah.
what's the benefit of me getting it now at the same price as it was when it launched?
Right, especially this year of all years.
Yeah.
Because by the end of the year, I feel like the Switch 2 is going to put a pressure. We'll see.
Seems like we need some sort of competition in the industry for anyone to move.
Whoa.
Weird.
Whoa.
Yeah, in fact, we have a
Whoa.
really great instance of competition driving a game to improve in news. I guess since we're coming off me talking about what I played, I should say what I'm streaming on Saturday. I should reveal it.
Uh-huh.
I'm playing DMC, the DMC Definitive Edition. I'm not doing the fucking Virgil DLC. That's the exact same.
Why
You
are
already
you
saw
doing
the Virgil
this?
DLC because I felt like it. Because the definitive edition was $7 on a PSN sale, and I'm like, I want to see the cutscene where Virgil explains why he shot that demon woman in the womb. They added that cutscene in. They thought it must be important.
It must be.
They took out the hat. That's important.
Yeah, they took out Virgil's fedora.
I'm not
and
giving
I'd
up
like,
the hat. I ain't doing it.
And frankly, I'll get a little bit of satisfaction in going, colored enemies off. You know that the idea for a game is great when in the re-release they're like, just turn the feature off. Just turn it off.
Yeah.
God, they took so many different things. It was like, this was just a mod. Put it in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you got to listen to your haters.
Yeah.
I will also be doing, I'm sorry this took so fucking long. There were various things in the political state of the world, and also my artist got busy several times. I'm doing the poll for the PNG tuber sprite that was from last year's Donathon.
Great. Awesome.
So you can, if you have a last minute edition, you can send it to Chris Wolfhart Biz, B-I-Z, at gmail.com. Let me make absolutely fucking sure that is right.
Yeah, and feel free to post in chat, just if you can, of course. John Schwendo.
Yeah, it is Chris Wolfhart Biz at gmail.com. So go ahead and send your idea. We'll just do ranked choice voting for a couple rounds, like the top half passes, the top half passes, the top half passes.
Cool.
Until we're done.
That's a good way to do it. John Schwando in chat says the colored enemies don't turn off. They just don't make you clank off of them like you hit a wall. They don't take hit stun unless you hit them with the right color weapon.
Okay, that's fine. As long as I can hit the blue enemies with the red axe and kill them a million times faster. Like, that's the problem, is when they start introducing big enemies that can only be harmed by the blue shit that does no damage. And maybe I'll do the Virgil DLC if for some reason I whip through that game in like 4 hours or some shit, and I'm like, I guess I have another hour to kill.
As I said, I forgot to talk about Astrobot. You cool with me doing that, Chris, or did you have more you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'm done. Sure, go ahead.
So I finally did the speedrun levels in Astrobot, the whole galaxy of them. I'm glad I waited until the end. Some of those I finished and hit first on the first run I finished.
Good Lord.
In my friends group. What a delightful feature. Thank you, PlayStation, for having these notifications you notionally send out to each and every one of my friends who had a time that goes, guess who fucking finally played this mode? Yeah, that piece of shit. Yeah, him. The funny thing I found is that they have individual times, but then there's a solar system time.
Yes.
And it's like, here's how long it took you to do all of them combined. And I am way higher on the global rank on that than I am on any one of them, because apparently people are not broadly good at the mechanics of Astrobot.
Yeah, there's just one they love.
There's just one that they have broken open, and maybe they suck shit at the helium one. You know, they have the pea balloon Super Mario World style mechanic. They have the boxing gloves with the gooey cylinders that you need to punch and then flip off of. I had a shitload of fun with that. However, to push any of the speedruns drastically further, I have to get really good at this insane glitch with the punching glove one, where apparently those gooey cylinders, if you are vertically above it and land on it and move towards the center of it, towards it as an object, and punch again and hit jump right after you hit punch, you will jump off of midair to go higher. And I'm like, that sucks to do. This is the fastest I'm ever going to do this. And I am done now. But I had a really great time. I love Astrobot. I love those speedrun levels. They should make more of them. They should make a whole game that's that. They should not make another whole Astrobot game just from the angle of, this is technically the fourth one of these. Please just diversify even a little. You just made Astrobot. You get to go make anything else, and then they get to go, you're the fuckers who made Astrobot. Everyone must care.
Yeah, you won game of the year.
I'm gonna be Sony. I'm gonna be very fucking serious. You don't fucking get to make another Astrobot until you have brought back at least 3 of those fucking franchises in Astrobot.
I'm gonna hit the spoiler.
I'm not showing up for another fucking, we're glazing our own IPs. No, we don't make any of those anymore. games. Go fuck yourself.
I'm hitting the spoilers button. This is spoilers for Astrobot's final level. The Christmas level.
Oh, okay, yeah. You did play that too.
What the fuck were they thinking? They're like, check out these classic platformer mascots. We got Gex. We got Croc. We got Spider-Man Miles Morales and Spider-Man?
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, it was...
These two do not fit.
It was
What were you thinking?
like, you already had Spider-Man, right? In the original?
I don't
Actually,
think
maybe
so.
you don't.
No.
Maybe- okay, so
And
that
people were like, there's a Spider-Man copyright. Where's Spider-Man? It was so fucking weird of you to stick them there.
Yeah, no.
It was nothing but platforming mascots. It was Tomba. It was fucking Gex, Croc. I swear there were others. Weirdly, Worms.
Huh.
Which was funny given our conversation just now of like, why wasn't a lemming there?
Let me suck.
They're
Everyone is
iconic.
knows it.
But they're iconic. That's so weird. Rayman.
Okay, yeah.
And then Spider-Man and Spider-Man Miles.
Yeah. Yeah, no, completely missed the point.
It's even weirder because, like, Miles, he gets the fucking cat as the accessory from the shop.
Yeah.
Which is awesome because the cat pops out of the backpack and there's cute stuff. Peter just fucking gets web slingers and then sits there like he's depressed. I'm like, what the fuck is... Why am I supposed to be excited about this? He itches and then he takes off the mask and scratches his hair and that's it? What?
Look, he's just Spider-Man. We don't know.
Look, this just makes me all the more justified for when I returned the original Spider-Man, Insomniac Spider-Man, and Steve, and I was like, I thought it was the black Spider-Man. I don't want this one. I want the other one. Speaking of which, Spider-Man 2 did come out on PC. You saw that, right?
I heard about that.
Performance problems out the ass.
Oh.
As it turns out, when your game is tuned to push the PS5 to its absolute limits, maybe the PC ecosystem is not ready.
Yeah, because I saw when the charts were coming out of like, oh, it's gonna like the low end's pretty low.
Oh yeah, they have some recommendations.
Oh no.
Hey, I wanted to enter this evil castle. Should I go in the front door? Yeah, sure. You'll die faster. Oh man. Yeah, it has problems. So anyways, again, I don't think the PS6 is gonna do well. If that silicon they were making was in fact for the PS6, and this PS6 is in fact coming out in 2.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone's going to be making a game that pushes the PS6 to its absolute limits if they expect to financially do well on a broad scale, other than Sony, right?
Right.
Yeah,
And it'll
I feel
probably
like the
also run on the PS5. But can you imagine? Because the CPU in the PS5 is fine. It's no Wunderkind, right? It's not some amazing CPU that's incredible. Can you imagine someone made a game for the PS6 that pushed the 3D memory shit? And it's like, here's the PC port. It doesn't boot. Like, it's literally this bad now. How bad will it be then?
Yeah, like, I don't think Sony's gonna, unless they drop the price, I don't think they're gonna get the 45 million more sales they need to keep in pace with the PS4.
Not
And also, I don't think
fucking years. What the fuck were you thinking? This should be the
Like,
gen that's 10 years long, and you should actually reduce the price.
I think they probably got suckered into the same shit that everybody did, where it's like, well, we need more. We need.
It's like, but this is what we did before, yes, and the context has changed, and now you need to adapt to that.
And like, why do you care?
Before. The price dropped before.
You don't make that much of a profit on the hardware. For the first year, you sell it at a loss. It's like you make money on the things people buy on the hardware. Why do you care if you ship a new box in 2.5 more years?
They, for some reason, think people are going to flood to PC from the PS5, and that's going to be based on
Have you
performance.
insanity? Like, nobody's gonna do that, my man. Unless Nvidia gets deep-seeked and the $300 GPU that is as good as a 4080 comes out. Like, you're not You're not.
Yeah.
It's not happening. It ain't happening. Like, yeah, the PC is exploding right now, but it's not the top tier. It's the middle. It's like the low mid-range of PC shit is playing. People are playing like Harvestella on PC and Rune Factory on PC and fucking Fortnite and Marvel Rivals sometimes. Like, you're not gonna, like, nobody's gonna be like, I want to play these super AAA games on PC. I'll upgrade from the PS5 to that. And it's like, there's 3 of those guys, and all of them work for websites. All of them are in online publishing.
Yeah, I think we're in a really weird spot that I don't know a ton of people who are like, oh, the PS5 was so weak, I upgraded to a PC.
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird spot we're in.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if PS6's strategy being like, yo, I'm even stronger, makes sense to the broad market at all.
Yeah, sorry, it's time for Gimmick again.
Yeah, we launched the PS6 with the new 3D platformer Gimmick. And I'll be there, damn it.
I don't know. Like, any plans I hear from Sony, to me, don't exist and won't exist until like a week after the Switch 2 launches.
Okay.
Like, tell me your plan after that, and I'll maybe believe you.
Here's the thing, though. Again, I hope the rumor is wrong and that audio is in fact, or that silicon is in fact for the portable, because that is incredibly likely. Because again, you can't crank the voltage very high in a portable form factor, but if you stick a shitload of 3D memory, you get an insane performance boost for games. That's the way to go. So hopefully, that silicon's for that, not the PS6.
That'd be neat.
That sure should be what they do.
Yeah.
I hate this in-between part where we worry,
Right,
where we
there's
wonder.
just a lot of wondering what's happening. Hey, we had the full CEO switch out and everything
It's true.
recently, so we'll see.
Ishino has a lot of, black lady from the whitest kids walking into the room going, oh, hell no! Like energy to them.
You know, Dan, you say worry, but I'm starting to become a nihilist. I'm like, being like, okay. Like, you can kill yourself? Sure.
I just think with the PC ecosystem being where it is for anything remotely cutting edge, I think it's important to have a platform that is powerful, that is broad. That's why my number one issues are the PS5 not reducing its price. Because it's at $500, you're not a broad platform.
Yeah, I feel like they won't reduce the price. As long as it keeps selling hand in hand with the PS4, they're not going to reduce the price. Like, I feel like it would have to slip for a couple quarters, and then they'll maybe start thinking about it. Because it's still selling 1-to-1.
Which, to me, to be fair, I would hold less importance on this if Nintendo, and again, they're never going to do this. They're literally never going to do this. But if Nintendo literally went, here's the Switch 2, and then here's the powerful console-juiced Switch 2. It runs the same games, but it always runs them, like, really fucking well. Then I'd be like, oh, okay, cool, fuck, I don't care anymore. Sony can go fucking jump off a cliff. But Xbox
yeah, I do wish they'd do that. I sure wish
shit.
they'd do that.
Yeah, me too, because to me, the Switch being both a console and a portable is neat and valid, but if there's a portable exclusive version and people don't see that as a weird axiomatic problem with
Nintendo
the
fans don't see a portable only Switch that can't connect to a dock as evil, but for some reason they see a console version that might have higher performance and be able to run these games at a higher resolution or at a higher frame rate as evil, and I don't understand it either.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the Vita came out and we're like, what do you mean it doesn't have video out? Your last fucking thing had it for like the last 5 years. The fuck do you mean you don't have that feature, motherfucker? I
guess
Agro's heart grew blackened.
I guess maybe Nintendo is worried that like it'll cause the portable versions of games to run worse. I'm like, you control the fucking cards, my man. You can just tell your studios, yeah, front version is the portable version.
Also, sir, you published Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I don't know if you've seen how that looks in portable mode, but you don't have to worry about the theoretical occurring future tense.
Maybe they're more worried about third parties, because third parties absolutely would shit their pants and be like, here's the worst fucking version of the thing ever that runs on portable. We didn't try at all.
Yeah, I'm also not looking forward to the possibility that some third parties are like, we have DLSS in our game. the specs are nowhere near good enough to do this, especially in portable mode. Whoops.
Well, don't worry. I imagine that much like the Switch itself, 99% of games sold on the Switch 2 will have Nintendo as the publisher.
It's true. Speaking of which, Kiwi Talks did an interview with Sean Layden.
Oh.
And that was a pretty interesting interview where he talks about, when Nintendo makes a new system, they said the percent, and it was like 20% or 30% of the software that ships on the Switch is made by Nintendo. For Sony, it's like 10 or 9.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like bringing up the Vita. It was like, so that made things with the Vita pretty troubling and problematic, didn't it? And he's like, yes. Because we made a thing, and as it turns out, no one liked that.
Like I keep pointing out, number one, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has a 1% of the human population owns Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But two, like when you look at the best-selling Switch games, you have to go like Monster Hunter Rise is the first game not made by Nintendo. It is number 24. Jeez. It is the 24th best-selling Switch game.
Yeah. And then you think about the PS2, and it's like, did Sony make any of the best-selling? Yeah, Gran Turismo.
Yeah, that's
probably it. Aside from that, Speaking of which, I don't know how much I want to talk about this because it was a leak situation, but it was low key, so no one cared. But allegedly, the Gran Turismo port to PCs that's just not happening.
Huh. Weird.
Yeah, it's pretty strange.
That feels like the most
the PC
obvious.
has a racing simulator scene. It makes sense. The only reason you wouldn't would be because of the microtransaction shit.
Mm-hmm.
Or worrying about making sure no one cheats at the online races, but it's so strange. It's such a good game. Gran Turismo 7, legit one of my favorite PS5 games. One of the most amazing showcases for the PS5 because the triggers and how they work, the instant load times and how that looks. The game is just stellar. It's amazing what they did with it. I would like to make a point here, pretty ignorant. Sure, maybe. You notice how the PC version of Ratchet & Clank's fine? I just want to point that out. Spider-Man 2's having issues, but the PC version of Ratchet & Clank's fine. I'm just saying there might be economic reasons Sony may want to look at Astrobot and Ratchet & Clank and be like, what if we made more shit this tier and it could run on PC at all? Just saying. Anyway.
Like, just one more thing on the glazing Nintendo.
Sure.
Guess how many non-Nintendo games are in the top 50 best-selling Switch games?
Maybe 10.
Dan?
I'm going to go with 7.
Aggro.
I swear I had already picked out 6.
It's 6. They are Monster Hunter Rise.
Hey, what the fuck?
Monster Hunter Rise, number 24. Stardew Valley, number 25. Suika Game, number 27. Minecraft, number 30. Momotaru Densetsu Showa Heisei Reiwa Motaiban, a game that didn't even fucking come out in the United States from Konami. And then Among Us is 45. Like, I genuinely wonder if there's going to be a Switch 2 buff because it has back compat. Like, will that happen, or will people go, I didn't play Fire Emblem Warriors. I'll play it on the Switch 2. I didn't play, this game or that game on the Switch 1. I'll play it on the Switch 2.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is there going to be anything you put on the Switch 2 at launch sells good, or is it going to be an enormous buff to all these Nintendo first-party games and everybody else gets fucked?
It's going to be really interesting to see. I'm very excited for the Switch 2.
Yeah.
You know what else I was excited for? The PS5 Pro.
No.
I wasn't, I feel safe.
Well, I mean, a lot of that excitement was reduced the moment they announced the price.
Yeah. Sweet God. I was 100% sure that was a Pod Lords lead-in, and now I'm emotionally devastated, and I don't know what to do.
I'm sorry. Well, Bob and I are going to talk about what we're streaming tomorrow. Breakdown! Yeah! Chat, do you like drinking Cokes in first person? Do you like martial arts? well, then you might like break down the stunning first-person shooter for the Xbox original from Namco, where you do kung fu and are radioactive and drink a Coca-Cola.
You punch, I'm pretty sure, time monsters with your time energized hand. I think that's right.
It's a pretty fucking cool video game.
Yeah.
Guys. It's pretty fucking cool.
They saw The Matrix.
They did.
That's cool.
And so is Breakdown. Breakdown's cool, goddammit. Yeah, God Hand meets Resident Evil. That's not an inaccurate description.
Right.
This is actually enhanced by the Xbox Series X.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking excited. This is going to be so fucking cool. This is one of the goals for our Donathon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, our 300 I can't remember. It was like 313 hours of streams left to go.
God.
We have some other stuff we want to stream, but Breakdown was the outlier. Breakdown was the game that was like, oh shit, this doesn't fit with anything else on this list.
Yeah, what do you pair it with? Like,
we don't pair this with fucking shit. So we get to excited. We get to celebrate having finished recording the final part of Game of the Year 2024 by jumping straight into Breakdown the next day.
we should have a bunch of Coca-Colas to go through.
Oh man, if we were fucking brilliant, we would have planned for this, right?
Uh-huh.
We would have been like Holly Heck, maybe, who I'm going to do a shout out for in a second. Like, when I say that, I mean literally in chat, not with my voice, which is what I'm doing right now. We would have had a Coke versus Pepsi meter. And we would have had the Pepsi Man clip of like Pepsi. Just have the guy drink the Pepsi and then it would move the meter back and forth. Anyway, yes. Breakdown.
That European box art is terrible.
No, that's great. Aggro, give me your takes on the right box art. What is your opinion? We're like, for reference, I'm going to pull up the US one.
Yeah, the US one I like, but it's not great. But I like it because it's a very specific genre of box art. And you'll see what I mean in a second.
Yeah, but Aggro, your thoughts?
Nothing to do with its overall composition. It's just the version of that character on the left looks a little more like Tom Cruise, and it feels like the one on the right is a downgrade.
Yes.
So here's the US box art. It's a fist and zombie monsters in the fist with glowing eyes.
It's
I would be more likely to buy that game.
Yeah, no, it's that for some reason super popular box art during late 6th gen like this into early 7th gen of just put the hand on the cover.
I would personally rank these left art, right art, middle art. I would say the middle one's the least appealing to me.
The right one, his face is so bad.
I know. I love it.
I can't recover from it. It sucks too bad.
I love it so much. He looks like he doesn't know what his mouth's doing. That's the best part. He looks like Tom Cruise's stunt double got caught in the main shot. Too close. You paused the movie and noticed it was this guy with a wig. That is what it looks like to me. It does, like, his mouth is literally, we paused the movie, and in this one frame, he was making a weird face.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Chris, where do you sit on the breakdown? Which one of these is the best to you?
I kind of like the American one the most.
Okay. It's a strong art piece. Let me be clear. I do think it's artistically very strong, but it's the least likely to get my attention. Like, as a game?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, cool. I don't know anything about your game other than you have hex. You also, much like Kojima, have a fetish for hexagons. None of these feature him drinking a Coke. They should have done that.
I mean, on the back.
Yeah, I am pretty sure that
it's listed in one of the magazine ads.
It's really funny because the back just has a fuckload of shit on it. And so, like, oh my God, this image is insanely huge. It's like 6K. No way. That's lying. There's no way. Yeah, that's tiny. Why did it lie? What the fuck? I've been lied to. Hey, Internet Archive. Why is this image both incredibly small but incredibly huge? Is Google tricking me through its trickery? Yes. The answer is yes. Okay, here we go. Whoa, that's huge. Compelling military science fiction storyline will turn players upside down. I love this second image. Unlock new punching and kicking combinations.
Yeah, the back of the box sold me on this one. It had that dude grabbing your hand. It was very cool.
The subconscious is a state in which reality is just a visitor.
Yeah, this is going to be a good fucking stream. This is going to be a great fucking time. Breakdowns, fucking iconic. I will have you know, Bob, someone has accused us of inventing this video game already.
What? It's Breakdown. It's Namco Bandai's best shooter.
Time Crisis doesn't count as a shooter,
No, it
right?
doesn't.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
We can't count that.
But wait, that means you're saying it's better than Kill Switch.
That was published
That was
by
them.
them,
That was
wasn't
yeah, that was their US studio.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It might not be better than Kill Switch.
But it's a first-person
It
shooter.
is
That's a
first person. It's
third-person
different.
shooter. And Kill Switch didn't have any cool drinking a Coke animations. Hey, Podlords, just so you know, some of you deserve this. I don't think all of you deserve this, but we're going to the Podlords with this week's Podlords theme.
Ugh. Oh, God. God damn it. Is the instrument broken?
No, that's what David Wise wanted it to sound like.
Ugh.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, that's right.
The Podlords! I feel like for once I owe the Podlords an apology.
Yes, that's right. The Podlords such as BN12, Red Blaze 27, Suzu Shiro, Rado.
Oh, nice.
It's so terrible.
However many shades of whatever. I'm tired. WTF, Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's what I said in Astrobot.
Mister, I like spam.
But do you like Korean barbecue spam?
ReZero Season 3 returns. Time to find out if this was her plan. I'm never showing the image again. Please change your name. I hate thinking about it every week. Muckbun, Shiny Mew, Chris C. Specialty Juicifrusts are all sold out this week. Sorry. Cooper Tank.
I don't even know what I did to deserve this, Carius. What is this?
Oh, he's the villain from Devil May Cry 2 they put in the intro for the cartoon. But they've turned him into Jinkaria.
Here's your crown, and then he turns into dust like Jinkari does.
Yeah, I didn't recognize it as that guy. Ugh.
Indigo Sykes. Foul Gotharita.
Anybody remember James Damore? 1, no. 2, I had to Google it because of you. And 3, of course they don't. The only person on this podcast that might remember him is Chris, and I don't think Chris does.
No, I don't know who that is at all.
Yep. Progress.
For a second, I was like, is that fucking Sean Chiplock?
Star
But no,
of
they have a slightly
Providence's-
different face structure.
Star of Providence's Switch launches February 20th. PC gets a 5 years in the making update for free. Shinji 16 begs you to check it out.
The top-down action shooter, eh?
A raccoon wearing his good shirt.
He's going out to get some barbecue with the family.
Oh, thank God it's over.
It is, and I'm sorry. There's just a hard stop at the end of that before it loops. I would have been better off playing the PS1 version. Maybe. I beat Lords of Shadow 1. This dude is unintentionally the funniest MF of 7th gen.
Nah, there's
Fuck you,
funnier.
Zobek.
There's funnier.
Also, Evil Lucario, I know this is you. Stop posting about Lords of Shadow on my Discord. Spiff was literally like, why is everyone playing Lords of Shadow? What did you do? I'm like, I didn't do anything. You think I
Wait
won
until Dan
others?
has to play it on the PS3 emulator.
The PS3 emulator. Yeah, calm down, everyone. We're gonna get to see this motherfucker making the same face in 4K.
Oh my God.
Before it crashes. His lips aren't gonna work right.
I'm coming, Gabriel.
I'm coming, Gabriel. It's a terrible day. Mega Man's nudes leaked.
Yeah.
Sarah Lean. Timothy Pfister has finally watched all of Yu Yu Hakusho. Three Kings may be the most the author gave up core arc in history. It's so fucking
That
true.
was a pretty. That was
ahead.
interesting because he talked about it. Because the author talked about it. He talked about like how he hated how many assistants he had to have, and so he got rid of all of them. So the manga just completely fucking falls apart at this point. Like it falls apart at the end of the Sensui fight.
That makes
And he's
sense.
like, I'm happy that I drew the end of the Sensui fight all by myself. Like, I did what I wanted to do. I don't really care that the ending is kind of weird and out of nowhere. Which I feel like really segues into the current paradigm where he's literally dying and is like, nobody else gets to draw Hunter x Hunter.
I find the sentence, it really fell apart after the Sitsui arc. And I'm like, yeah, I know, I watched it.
Everyone knows.
Oh my god, is that you? Yes, and I love you, son. But first, a tournament? Question mark? That was something.
It was.
Anyways, it's funny, anytime I shit talk the Dark Tournament, people are like, yeah, but did the other one?
It's like what do you mean the other one? That was like 15 episodes.
That thing was short as hell and sucked too, but that's not what we're talking about. Motherfucker, we're talking about pancakes, not waffles. Anyway. Hey, Acro.
Yes, sir.
Fuck you. Sharia Aznable, this is your goddamn fault. I hate you.
He does have many plans that are not.
Yeah, but
well
at the
thought.
same time, there's a different Bount that's a groomer. In fact, Karia himself was groomed, so I don't think this works at all.
That's so fucking good.
I hate you. This is your fault. Hosting the flagship Monsters Until Wilds. Here is Nergigante.
Nergigante.
The Extinction Dragon.
I think I actually fought that one.
Yeah, I think he's
Yeah,
like
he's
the
in
story
World.
boss in World.
He's pretty
Man,
great.
Wilds might run bad, but it'll still be real cool when I see a video of just one of the monsters getting tag teamed by another one while players are fighting it.
Matty Mo. Cleochrome. Well, what don't you do? What don't you look so smug with my woman on your arm, Ichiban?
Yeah, he's not capable of getting that upset. I think he's more the cry while jerking off kind of cock.
He does pull out an Uzi.
Yeah, like he immediately went to the submachine gun.
Yeah, no, he doesn't rely on words. Hey, Aggro.
Yes, sir.
Fuck you, Aggro! Charcuterie Aznable!
Yeah!
I hate you, motherfucker! Bob, did you avoid the Aggro doing constant Char Aznable edits on Blue Sky art?
I only saw two.
My beautiful children.
I hate you. Going
We
through,
need one where he's real burned, like charred Aznable.
I'm just upset Aggro didn't make the long-running chair ass nipple real. Anyway. Going through the E-series in chronological order, and what in the hell were they thinking with this boss fight? DVD screensaver.
Yeah, that's dark. That's his dark fact. He's a DVD screensaver.
Virvarm. Do not pursue Lu Bu Fengshan.
I don't like the face on his stomach. I don't like that.
Yeah, he's wearing a Who Framed Roger Rabbit car, and that's not cool.
I feel like he's a rejected One Piece character.
Fly Knight is a dungeon crawler with an art style based off of RuneScape on sale for under $6. But what if I spent $2,000 on a GPU and $70 on Monster Hunter Wilds, and I still couldn't play it for some reason?
It still couldn't run Ninja Gaiden Black 2 at 60 or at 120 frames per second. What if that?
Well, I could, and it would fuck up combos and shit, apparently. I don't... Anyway. Based and believer in the power of humanity as a force for good pilled, even in these incredibly trying times.
Gausizer? Is that right?
Gao Gaigar.
Gao Gaigar.
Geki Gengar.
Geki Gengar.
Actually. Plan.
No
I already showed this.
Okay.
But it is funny just to think a Podlord would just make their name Plan, and we wouldn't even show it. However, what I will show again, 2'11" weed addict war criminal. They just, every week it's a different name. Cryptid Bird, Digital Basic, and Furigaro. Don't worry, Dan, there's much worse than that last one in here. I don't know about that. I feel like that last one was the worst. Thank you very much to our Podlords. And God, we can finally escape this music.
Thank you, Podlords.
Thank you, Podlords.
Thank you, Podlords. If you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits such as early access to Chugging Bleach and nothing else for now. Extended content for gamer premonitions and armchair devs when indeed such content exists to be given to you, as well as a patron-exclusive show every other month and a patron-funded show every month. Either a public show where we watch a horrible thing and patrons get a private commentary track, or a private show where we watch a good thing and patrons get to vote on which of the good things that we watch and then discuss. You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119. This is not a joke or a bit. You get an entire feature-length film about a man going to Thailand to solve the injuring of his brother, and also maybe to get a tax write-off for his trip to Thailand. That's patreon.com/GBpodcast. If you don't have any money, it always helps us immensely to watch and rate us on Thursdays. Tell your friends, rate us on your podcasting app of choice, and leave a comment and subscribe on YouTube if you listen that way. Patreon.com/GBpodcasts.
All right, and we need to keep talking about how cool Patreon is because Dan isn't quite back yet. Is there anything else you have to say about Isolation 119? I feel like you covered the bases.
Microsoft Sam is in it.
Microsoft Sam is in it. It's pretty cool.
Not enough people watching it. That's patreon.com/GBpodcast.
Yeah.
Patreon.com/GBpodcast. So I needed to pull up that half-baked thing of the you ever suck toes for weed?
Uh-huh.
But the actual thing they said in the movie. Because I needed the boo this man, boo for Game of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
And yet again, I was confronted by, the TV edit just says you ever suck toes for weed. God, TV edits are so good. Netflix should have to have both versions.
That would be so funny.
Oh.
There has to be a market for doing that.
Our streaming service only has the TV edit versions of movies. Oh, God,
They're
yes.
making new ones for any new movies to come out.
Oh, that would be so good. Don't worry, we dubbed over this line so that way he doesn't say the bad words anymore. It's like, you got him back in the studio for that? No. We got an impersonator. Oh, you got a good impersonator for Wesley Snipes? No. Anyway, so let's get on over here. Are we going?
Yeah, we always
God.
start with it now, so we might as well.
Just barrel through it. We've got this.
Okay, here we go.
There's a fucking lot this week.
Sure
Let's
is.
Industry burning down segment, go!
I fucking hate that I have to look at this, Dan. I hate that you did this. I hate that I have to see it.
I didn't do this. Ben Common did this.
Multiverses is being shut down in May. What was their fucking plan? For the record, I wrote that into notes before I knew this thing existed. It had no bearing on me saying what was their plan. But genuinely, what was their fucking plan? They brought the game back worse, saw it have the exact same trajectory downward as it did the first time, and did nothing.
Don't worry, Chris. With the update that came out like yesterday, they finally increased the speed.
Are you fucking?
Post having canceled the game.
Post-death.
Yeah. So I'm excited to try that next week sometime.
It will still be available offline, but it seems like they aren't even gonna do a okay, have everything patch. Like, so you will be limited to the shit you unlocked while it was live.
That's insane.
Cool.
That is inexplicable.
Yeah, it's like you're even having it online until what? Like May?
Yeah, May.
You should have that last season, just have everything unlocked for everyone so they can have fun with it.
Or here's an
you're
idea.
not making any
Here's
money.
an idea. Once you take it offline, let people pay $20 and unlock everything.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just make it a single player game. You don't have to run any servers. In fact, you could even still make it a normal fucking multiplayer game and just not make battle pass shit or have any of that infrastructure in place.
Yeah.
You could transition to it being a normal fucking game.
You've had a whole year to consider that and do it.
One might argue you had more than 1
Yeah,
year.
2 years at least.
Apparently the head of WB Games left
Oh,
a week before this was announced.
that makes sense.
So that trajectory's looking good. Cool. What's next? What are next?
Battlefield Labs was announced, and I put this in Industry Burning Down because it seems so farcical. This is a new portal you can sign up for, because EA is basically saying, we don't fucking know what to do with Battlefield, so will you test with us and give us feedback and tell us what to make? We don't know.
I feel like they've
Also,
tried this
Criterion
before.
is making the next Battlefield, because that Need for Speed they made a couple years ago sold nothing.
Let's actually break that down. Criterion is one of the 4 studios making the next Battlefield. And they literally, as I understand it, as a part of this announcement, they went, yeah, we would love to make another Need for Speed. We'll have a thought on that maybe after this.
No, you won't. No, you won't. Like, the last Battlefield to actually do good, like that EA didn't come out later and say it did bad, was Battlefield 1, which was almost a decade ago. Maybe you just shouldn't fucking make a new Battlefield. Maybe you should accept you can't compete with Call of Duty and should stop trying.
Maybe they should just make a game that's core to what their strengths were. Like, there was nothing wrong with Battlefield 3 or 4. I don't fucking care what the comments are going to say. There was nothing wrong with Battlefield 3 and 4. It is after that we had problems. Looked way better, though.
Yeah, Battlefield 1
Visually
did
stunning,
well
huh?
because it was, you know, that
The
thing
one after 4.
Yeah, that thing
Yes.
that always happens.
We
like,
always talk about that.
of like, yeah, no, the game
You
before it was
forgot
fine.
Battlefield Hardline, which came out between
No
4
one
and
played
1.
that. No one played that. No one
I
even
did.
Know that.
I did.
No, you didn't.
You did years later, though. It was different.
That's true. I did years later in just the campaign, so I could find out about the man who wanted to merge crime and the law.
We should just have Amy Hennig about.
Yes, we should.
You should.
We should. That would be really funny.
There we go. We get so many Uncharted games done that way. We get Uncharted 1 through 3. We get some Soul Reaver. We get Battlefield Hardline. Holy shit.
Yeah, we could do it in the lead up to that Black Panther Captain America game.
And we get Jack 3.
Yeah.
Not 2 though.
No.
I don't think she worked on 2. I think she worked on 3. Her touch is very obvious on Jack 3. All in the build up to this beloved. Hey Bob, what's the never mind, not you. Hey Aggro, what's the name of that Captain America Black Panther game?
No,
Marvel 1943?
Correct.
He did it.
Holy
subtitle?
shit.
But
What's
you're
the
only
subtitle?
halfway there.
Halfway.
Oh no. I thought that was the title.
No, there's a subtitle, which is
My
a
brain.
lot more.
It's not going to help you
I'm
at all,
sorry.
Aggro. I'll let you know. My brain's auto-completing with Rise of the Imperfect.
Okay, so I got the main title. I just need the subtitle.
You
Yes.
need the subtitle.
Okay, the first Avenger?
No.
Damn.
That's the subtitles to the movie, I believe.
Is that the subtitle though?
Yeah, to the first Captain America movie.
Oh, the first Captain America. Oh, okay.
It is Rise of Hydra, Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra.
Oh, I
which no
didn't-
fucking way that comes out this year. That shit is not coming out this year, even though they said it was.
That game we haven't seen at all is definitely coming out this year. I mean, hey, look at Dragon Age Veilguard. We didn't see it until the summer.
But they consciously were making it for years and years.
Well, Amy Hennig was subconsciously making this for years and years. Bob, do you think it's coming out this year?
I have a heavy amount of doubt, but once we get a release date for Grand Theft Auto, we might get a release date for this too.
What a year.
Andrew Wilson, CEO of EA, gave comments this week saying he thinks Veilguard flopped because it wasn't a shared world experience. The service game cannot fail. It can only be failed.
Yeah, this is a religion at this point.
Yeah.
In order to break out beyond the core audience,
You didn't get the core audience, dude.
Yeah, your core audience didn't fucking show up for this game, for the record. Once again, worst selling Dragon Age by a lot. Games need to directly connect to the evolving demand of players who increasingly seek shared world features. Nobody's ever sought that. And deeper engagement. Once again, nobody's ever sought that. Alongside high-quality narratives in this beloved category, Wilson said, snorting an enormous line of coke and ordering a third child bride. It also came out that BioWare's down to 100 people. They are not fucking making Mass Effect 4/5. They're gonna come out and say, well, they're providing feedback, but DICE is making it. If it happens at all.
Real quick, I want to throw something out that maybe some gamers need to be reminded. It feels like every fucking executive needs to be. To many people, a lot of them, I would even say the majority of them, your game as its purpose, its service in this life is to deliver art and a story. And because of the direction gaming industry has gone in, your story's starting to suck because it needs to be a gigantic open world, and you cannot affect the world of it. The visuals are all blurry.
And once again, if you make something an action game, you have to spend a fuck ton more money than if it's a turn-based or real-time with pause game. I really must keep pointing this out. If your budget is $120 million, an action game action gameplay eats up a huge chunk of that budget versus something like what Dragon Age was before. So you're sacrificing presentation and other things your audience probably cares about because they like RPGs. Because somebody told you that you would sell to monster chugging Kyles if your game was an action game. And it turns out the monster chugging Kyles are busy with fucking Call of Duty and hitting their girlfriends.
And what is a monster chugging Kyle? Just people named Kyle who chug monsters?
Yeah, have you not come across this stereotype?
I've not, yeah.
It's people who drink Monster and punch holes in drywall.
Imagine
I often
every
compare,
single
Ichigo from Bleach to this archetype.
Okay, now Dan, think of every single person who was in the military you knew in Niceville,
Yeah, okay.
who was your age
Yeah.
and likes anime.
Yeah, okay.
Those guys.
Oh, okay, cool. I saw someone who was like, or it could just be fun. And I'm like, we're talking about Dragon Age. They're not here to have the most fun gameplay in the world. They're here for a fucking story and some art.
Look, I really must. I promise, I don't have some vendetta against action RPGs or action games, but there are consequences to shifting a non-action franchise to action.
Yeah, of course.
And when a company makes that decision, it's not because they decided it was best. It's because they made a calculation that it would increase their audience, and it literally never has, not even fucking once.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely ridiculous that this is even a discussion, because like this happened in movies and all sorts of other things long before this.
And it's been happening in gaming for over a decade, 2 decades.
It happens in music. It happens in everything. It's really obvious. You change the core identity appeal of what you have, then you lose people. This is not mysterious.
Like every single change to like Dragon Age's tonal change, its genre change, them making the biggest one they've ever made somehow for this, were all calculations to increase the people coming in. And it turns out a lot of those probably pushed the people they had out. Like, this is always a balancing act. And broadly, fucking game companies fucking suck at this balancing act. They almost always lose people when they do this. like they net lose people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heaven forbid we make a new thing, though.
Yeah, that would just lose even more people. Nobody would be there for something new.
No one likes new things.
Yeah, no, it's one of those manager mindset things of like you have to find the audience for the thing you want to or are good at making. You have to stop trying to find an audience that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Like, it's always better to focus on the strengths you already have than throw them away to be something else that you don't even really have any evidence does better.
And y'all
Except they saw God of War. They saw the new God of War. And like, well, we can do that and get 18 million sales. And it's like, no, you can't, because God of War has those sales.
y'all should feel really lucky. If I were truly a vindictive person, I would make sure Big Think did the hugest tonal shift possible one week. We didn't talk about the industry burning down. We were like a pop gaming podcast. Like we turned into an IGN podcast.
Are we gonna
something.
do that? Are you gonna have to do the Big Think where you're bin and dab?
Yeah. What's up? Wait, which one of us is Ben? I think I was Dab. I was Dab because, of course, Dab. Anyways.
Yeah.
Ben, what you been playing? Bob's like, Fortnite. I'm like, yeah. Word.
Me
True.
too.
Good.
Everybody loves Ben and Dab.
Iron Galaxy lays off 66 developers in last resort life-saving effort. They basically say, we did this because the alternative was bankruptcy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Iron Galaxy, through all of this for the last 4 years and shit, 5, of dealing with the COVID spike and everything else, the giant demand kept being like, we don't hire a bunch of people because we take everyone's employment dead serious.
Uh-huh.
We will not expand.
And then they still made a service game and destroyed themselves. Like, it's impossible not to bring up. They made Rumbleverse. Nobody fucking played Rumbleverse. I don't even know who the theoretical audience for Rumbleverse was. I never saw a single person bring it up.
Only. It was only him. Yeah, but I'm surprised they've been able to like not do this for so many years because Rumbleverse went offline, what, 3 years ago?
Yeah, in
Something
2022,
like
I think.
I feel like I haven't heard.
And then
about
they've been
since.
support since. They just keep doing support on studios. Like they helped on some version of Starfield. They helped on the PC ports of The Last of Us Part 1 and Part 2. That's all they've been doing. And I guess they just can't keep their heads above water.
Yeah, they did that before Rumbleverse. Even they made that really bad, like fight giant orcs game.
Yeah, and that was rough.
Yeah, it was really rough.
And like, I can't imagine they got too much. Like, I don't know how these contracts work in the modern gaming industry, but like, those Last of Us updates probably didn't sell diddly dick. So I can't imagine they got a huge amount for them.
Because they
like,
were
there
really
must have been
fucking rough.
performance bonuses.
Like, as much as I like to be positive about Iron Galaxy, they kind of had their hands in some of the roughest fucking ports ever.
Right, they definitely have a bad name for themselves in that space. Like,
Yeah, because they did the PC port of Arkham Knight. They did the PC port or support of it, co-develop on it, of The Last of Us Part 1. Yeah.
yeah.
The Borderlands 2 port to the Vita, if I'm remembering all this correctly. Yeah, they have some of the most infamous ports ever under their belts.
Yeah. Yeah, no, as much as I want them to succeed, it's rough.
So yeah, 66 people.
I assume that's more than half their studio.
It's, if I remember correctly, and this sounds insane, I think they have 2 studios. I think they had one in Orlando, and then one was the core office, which I can't remember where that was.
Probably Monsters, the studio that makes studios, including the developer of Concord, has had layoffs and also seems to be under existential threat, which, like, no shit, nobody needs new studios right now.
Yeah, maybe they shouldn't exist. Maybe that's...
Yeah, I don't think has any of their studios they launched worked out. Like, it feels like they launched a bunch of those. We're making a AAA game that'll be out in 7 years. Oops, we lost all our funding.
Uh-huh.
So this studio was just we help build new studios for sale? Like, because Concord definitely was that.
Basically, because I think...
Yeah, they're a parent company that establishes and nurtures studios.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah, we brought them up several times in the past
yeah.
because they keep coming up in relation to Sony and their studios they keep buying.
And
It's
guess
like, are
who
they actually a
founded
scam?
them? Guess who funded? Well, considering they were founded by Bungie people, yes.
Yeah. Not a surprise at all.
In fact, I think the only studio they actually successfully got out the door was the one that was Firewalk. The one that made Concord. Okay, no, they also made Cauldron and Battle Barge.
Battle Barge sounds like what you write into the knockoff Fortnite game.
Right.
So it sounds like these people literally had.
Oh, they canceled Battle Barge's project and laid all those people off 3 months ago.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
It sounds like these Bungie people just had a specific ability to cast a spell on Jim Ryan
Yes.
and Herman Holst.
It does sound like that.
Maybe y'all shouldn't. Maybe diversity is important. You know? Just a thought. Maybe the top 2 rungs of your fucking management of an entire cornerstone of the industry should be 2 white guys from Europe. From Sony Europe. I'm just saying, maybe that link was too fucking homogenous and one virus infected the whole thing. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess.
It just seems insane
It
to me
does.
that 3 different ways former Bungie or current Bungie are just casting the mind virus spell. And it's working.
Well, not anymore.
I know.
Thank God.
Once again, Nishino should be coming in with the fucking hell no energy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's true.
It's like, I'm sorry, we're shutting down actual Bungie.
They're like, wait, what?
That, man, if Marathon doesn't hit, that's gonna happen.
Yep.
And I don't think Marathon's gonna hit.
I don't know if Marathon's gonna ship.
Come out.
Yeah, that's my number one concern. It hitting, I don't know. I believe
Maybe
in
it's
the Bungie
really well
magic.
together and has a very strong core loop, and they're gonna announce it at the State of Play, which might happen within the next month, and it'll be out in summer, and we'll all be really impressed, and it won't be a $70 game that no one will buy because it's a $70 game.
No,
They'll
this
Yeah.
release the same day as Concord did.
It's
and
gonna be-
it lasts just as long.
Honestly, I've become, in self-defense, all or nothing on Marathon. It either comes out and it turns out it's pretty sweet, or it vanishes.
who knows? Maybe this is Helldivers 2 too.
Ooh.
No, not a fucking
$40,
chance.
incredible game.
Based on playing a multiplayer, not a weird ganking each other system.
And weirdly enough, it's just Starship Troopers the movie.
I mean, extraction shooters, I think, have a big part of ganking each other. I'm pretty sure that's a big part of the design.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they might be in trouble. Sony Bend laid off contractors after their service game was canceled. We didn't talk about the layoffs part,
Yep.
which I guess makes sense. If you're not making something anymore, the people that were making it
Right. The obvious
probably
knock-on
get laid
effect.
off. Sumo Digital says they are moving away from trying to make their own IPs to just doing support and contract work. This will involve layoffs, but they haven't happened yet.
Quick question. What original games were they making? Did Sumo Digital ship an original game and I missed
don't
it?
think they shipped. I don't think they actually shipped one. I think it was something they wanted to do, and then it just didn't happen.
Yeah, I was like, are these the guys who did the Sonic Racing games?
They did a lot of things. They
Yeah, they did a lot of
Sackboy's
shit.
Big Adventure. People
Yep.
are pointing out Snake Pass is the only original game they can
Okay.
mention, which was 8 years ago.
Yeah, wow.
They probably had some in development, and then it just
sucks.
didn't fucking happen.
Well, back to the Little Big Planet Mayans with you. You got to go make Little Big Planet 4. Because they also made 3. Because they did dev for DLC on 2. And then they made Sackboy's Big Adventure.
Great. Great.
Hey, you know what? If they made a Little Big Planet 4, that would actually be a positive turn for Sony no matter the context.
That's true.
You shipped a moderate-sized game?
Also, you already shut down 3, so yeah, you should make 4.
Should probably make a replacement for that.
We need an apology.
Yeah, Little Big Planet 4, the apology. God, what the fuck is Media Molecule working on?
I don't know.
Fuck you, Jim Ryan. Anyway. Let's move on.
Paradox Interactive to acquire
Haemimont?
Haemimont Games. They developed Jagged Alliance 3 and Tropico 3 through 5. Wow, I sure wish we didn't have multiple years of evidence that this always ends poorly, literally 100% of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that
Especially since Paradox Interactive is burning down, I'm pretty sure.
oh my god. I wouldn't be surprised.
Like, I'm not sure, like, they did their city skyline, their cities, which the new one
Is not great. And
Imploded.
runs like shit on everything because they used the high definition rendering pipeline for Unity. Engine
Vampire the
makers.
Masquerade Bloodlines 2, which is going to implode. Battletech, which didn't do very good. Yeah, they're
No,
like-
they're fine. Everything's fine.
I'm sure you're great. I'm sure everything will be fucking fantastic.
We could just buy something else to burn down with us. That'd really be ideal.
And finally, there have been mass layoffs at high-res studios. Smite and Paladins have both officially ceased development. They will never get a major content update again. They are still working on Smite 2, but that is it.
That
and I don't
seems-
know. I can't assume how much longer they'll be working on
That's
Smite 2. Smite 2 has more players on Steam than Smite 1.
Okay,
So-
Smite 2 is out.
It is out. I think it's an early access thing, or maybe it's just like a MOBA type thing, so it's in constant development.
Oh my
But-
god. I didn't think I'd see this.
Yeah.
When this got posted
Yeah.
in there a second ago. I was like, that can't be right.
Yeah, I know.
thought people still played Smite. And the Paladins wasn't well regarded, but was still played.
Right. Yeah, no.
Smite 2's in early access.
Yeah, this feels crazy. This news feels shocking to me. And of course, it came in while we were live.
Yeah.
Very minor news. Just thematically fits here because of the thing we were talking about before that. Sony Interactive Entertainment is going to integrate SN Systems, a developer of SDK tools for PlayStation consoles since the beginning. They've apparently just owned them since the 90s. They acquired the studio that made their tools since the 90s, but now for some reason they need to be subsumed into the corporate amoeba.
Weird.
They're no longer to exist as a separate entity. I don't know why you would need to do this.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
So hopefully that isn't. Hopefully that isn't.
Hopefully that doesn't mean they're laying everyone off.
Hopefully that doesn't mean that. Anyways, I think we're done with the industry burning down segment.
Man, that seems
Yeah.
crazy. That's both of their big IPs. No wonder they had, like... Hi-Res Studios just over. That's insane.
Okay, I'm ending this segment. Anyways, there's a link to the Blue Sky for Common Advent, who made the robot devil, Shinkaria. Heads up, there's some not safe for work art over there. Anyway. Get out of here, I'm done with the fucking segment. Okay, we're good. We're safe now. I put him away. Hey.
Should we go through that tiny Capcom spotlight?
I'm just going to say, hey, Demon Tides gets a demo in 3 weeks. The sequel to Demon Turf. February 24th, it's going to be part of Steam Next Fest.
That's cool.
I'm going to have to actually play a demo during Steam Next Fest. Because I need to know.
Yeah, no.
I motherfucking love 3D platformers.
Yeah, no, I like the mechanics in Demon Turf a lot. I just wish that everything else around that was better. And it sounds like
it's
they
weird
might
because
be.
the DLC, they immediately did do a version that was a lot less our problems with the game. So that's making me hopeful for Demon Tides, which again, I believe it was Gamer Chris pointing out, probably should have been called Demon Surf. Come on now. You
Called
afraid
it
of
an ability called Demon Surf, and they're
probably, but this is like, Anyway, yeah, let's go through the tiny Capcom spotlight where they say it's going to be so good.
Yes, come watch our event. It's 20 minutes. It'll be great. You'll love it. You'll love the Capcom spotlight.
Okay, Bob, what did they spotlight?
Marvel vs. Capcom Collection is actually out now on Xbox. That was only on PlayStation and Switch before.
Yeah, I believe people started crying about that.
Yeah.
And then they went to fix that. So it's
now
fixed
I'm sure,
now.
I'm
It's
sure
out
3
free.
people will buy it.
It's out now. You can play it. I better see all the usual suspects who bitch about games not coming to Xbox actually buying a copy, just like they did undoubtedly for that Inspector Gadget game.
Of course.
Yeah, I wonder how long could Capcom and these Japanese companies are going to let people be like, where's Xbox? I mean, like, yeah, indeed, they say, looking at their sales sheets, where is Xbox?
It's like a comically like fantasy style giant table for a librarian with an absolutely massive fucking looking glass, and he's like, and he's going down the scroll. He's like, we had more sales on Java phones this year.
Oh my god. There's no. They're also doing those ports of Resident Evil no one on Earth can play because they're only for the newest iPhones. You have to wonder if those sell better than the Xbox.
That is the closest power scaling I feel like.
Yeah, it'd be rough.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
I feel like if their sales are that bad at Xbox, Phil Spencer should just look back towards the camera and give a thumbs up and fade away.
yes.
Don't you forget about me, as he's just gone.
Need to walk away slowly, like the Hulk.
Into the sea.
Oh
No, still playing the song though. They just do do do
Yes.
do 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 do.
Also, they talked about fighting.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Okay.
legitimately sorry, but you know that whole actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf music video with the giant Shia LaBeouf paper mache heads? That, but Phil Spencer. Okay, now then, go ahead.
Capcom Fighting Collection 2. They put a date on it. It comes out May 16th, which
Cool.
pretty far away.
It is.
And they're also doing new soundtracks for Capcom versus SNK 2, Project Justice, and Power Stone 2.
They're doing what?
New soundtracks for those 3 games.
You mean they are releasing soundtracks for those games? Not they're doing new soundtracks?
No, those games will have a new. Well, you have the old option and the new option for soundtracks in those games.
What?
Yeah,
That's weird.
that is pretty weird.
That is
but
not
that's exciting.
normal. That is exciting.
There are apparently a lot of other like quality of life features for all of these games, and of course the online features that they've already announced. But really cool that they're actually touching these up and doing something neat with it.
That's awesome.
Honestly, the announcement of this right next to the Marvel vs. Capcom collection made me kind of not worry about the Marvel vs. Capcom collection because I like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 a good bit,
Yeah.
but it's not as exciting as this gigantic pile of like Power Stone and all these crazy ones.
Yeah, and Power Stone's a very hype game.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You could even make a Sonic styled Power Stone. That would be very
I
exciting.
feel like I've heard about this somewhere on some incredibly smart podcast.
Yeah.
But that's on the way. Then they were like, man, I'm glad you guys showed up. I got stuff about Onimusha to talk about. I
That's great.
advertised that for a whole week.
Oh, that's great. I love Onimusha, and I'm very excited for it. What do you got?
Onimusha Way of the Sword.
Yes.
Watch the old trailer again.
Oh, no, I remembered it just fine. Thank you.
There is one unbelievably funny piece of information that I am genuinely very glad they gave us.
Okay. What was
Which
it?
is, it's not a Souls-like. It's not a fucking Souls-like.
Yes.
It isn't a Souls-like. We know that Neo made everybody associate this, and Rise of the Ronin made everybody associate Japan, like these types of games with Souls-likes. It is not a fucking Souls-like, we promise.
Yeah, they were like, we're not trying to make a super hard game. We just wanted to be fun and have sword fighting. It's like, okay,
Oh, cool.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
You've said basically nothing, but I know what you mean.
By the way, I forgot that I also tried Rise of the Ronin. That game sucks.
Uh-huh.
You get out into the Ubisoft open world and you're like, what? Thank God this shit failed. Did you know this took them 9 years to make? We could be on Ninja Gaiden 7.
Yeah, when you tweeted that this shit took like 8-9 years to make,
What?
I lost my mind. Yeah.
I didn't see that.
They approached Sony to
they
make that
started
shit
to-
in 2017 or something.
2015.
How? I know their engines, nothing's made over there for them to make that game, but how?
Thank God that they didn't get, thank God that they were punished.
They also were like, hey, Okami sequel.
Whoa. Yeah, we
Yeah.
know.
Watch the trailer again.
No, I remember it.
Buy the DLC or buy the combo pack with it in Kanutsugami?
What?
Do it.
The
There's
combo,
a combo
with
pack with
Okami
Okami HD
2?
and
Okami 1.
Oh,
Okami HD and Kinitsugami.
I guess.
Yeah.
Is it on sale?
No?
Oh. Well,
It's
then
for
no.
sale now.
No, that's not the same thing. It involves one of the same words, but the other one changes the meaning.
And then their big final announcement for this spotlight was Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny is remastered and coming out this year, but they didn't even give a date. They're just like, it's out this year. It's going to be a PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Not even PS5 or Xbox Series support. So it's just, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Right? That's what same thing they're doing with the Capcom fighting game collection stuff, too. I don't know why. But this is cool.
Yeah,
Onimusha 2 is the first really good Onimusha.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see Jean Reno in 4K.
Onimusha 2 is really good. I like 3 more from a gameplay angle because they abandoned the RE type tank controls for something a little bit more suitable.
Right.
But 2's still really good. I played that game like a million times. It's real short too, but it has all these variables. Like there's like 4 different party members that you give gifts to, and that determines that determines if you get these weird little segments where the main character gets trapped and then that you play as them to save them.
Yeah, I
and like
remember the reason behind that. I just remember that being a thing.
And there's like all these variables like, well, this circumstance happened, so this guy took a job with this lord and he wants Jubei dead, so now you have to fight him. But you can also get your thing high enough so that happens and he won't fight you. And there's all these little variables that are very cool.
Yeah, Onimusha 2 is really cool.
I wonder if there's no fucking way they're doing the 4, right? Like, just never. That game's way too cheap, I feel like.
I was surprised they even did this. I thought if we were going to get another Onimusha, it was just going to be all the rest because it felt like such a huge gap. So now I really don't know. Maybe they could even bundle 4 with like the Smash Bros. Like
Onimusha Blade Warriors, yeah.
Yeah. Something like that.
This game's winner is
Samanosuke.
Someday we're gonna have to do cursed content on that.
I mean,
game.
that line lives forever, rent free in my head.
Uh-huh.
Just because the
they
delivery
made Crow
was
Country,
so
by
weird.
the way.
Yeah, they did make.
As
Crow
I have to
Country.
keep saying.
The
same people who made Decline of
Video
Video Gaming made Crow Country. Also Snipper Clips, but nobody played that.
I almost did. I played the demo and I was like, "This is cute." And then
That's not true. I've seen VTubers play Snipper Clips.
That's true. Hey Bob.
Hey.
I'm now going to explain to you and the audience exactly why I have not played Onimusha 2 and never gave it the time of day.
Why is that?
So, Onimusha is a PS2 launch title, basically, and so is Smuggler's Run. Now, they made a sequel, and I went, motherfucker, I played those because it was launch, and I never played either game. Now, the funny thing is, as a part of her GameCube challenge, Masumi had to play the sequel to Smuggler's Run as it got ported to the GameCube. There's a reason I'm telling the story, called Smuggler's Run: Warzone. It's not called Smuggler's Run 2. It's called Smuggler's Run: Warzone. Now, Smuggler's Run is a game that came out, just letting you all know, it launched originally on PS2, October 2001. Smuggler's Run is a game that takes place in Russia, which weirdly looks like a desert landscape that has been shifted blue. In the game's code for Smuggler's Run 2, for some reason, every Russian level is called Afghanistan. It came out 1 month after 9/11. They had shift the entire game's plot to being in Russia.
Whoa.
And they had to make it not a desert.
Whoa, what?
So, there's also a really good, the plot's barely there in this game, but there's a really good, it's line delivery and the live action cutscene at the end of the game, which are really short. So that tells me there probably was more plot. And then they were like, oh God, we keep bringing up that it's obviously Afghanistan. They're like, you deliver drugs and bombs, don't you? What's wrong with a nuke? And then the main character goes, I don't do nukes. And it's the funniest fucking read in the world. And I was like, man, I wonder how much of this game's plot was filmed. And they went, oh, fuck 9/11.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that hit a lot of games. Most notably Metal Gear Solid 2.
Uh-huh. We need to look at every game that shipped in October and November 2001 and see how many of them, because now it's Metal Gear Solid 2 and Smuggler's Run 2. It's got to be more than just those two.
Man, that's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyways, that's why I never gave Onimusha 2 the time of day. I'm like, motherfucker, you were like a cool PS2 launch title. You thought you would trick me with a sequel? Then they made a third one. I was like, shit, I got to start paying attention. Then they made Blade Warriors, and I'm like, Mega Man Zero's in this, so I guess I care.
It's still probably the best Smash spin-off.
Now that's a ranking.
Yeah,
I would love to see if we had to play every platform fighting game.
Yeah. Yeah, Rival Laser 2 might have finally beaten it.
I'm trying to think what places. Didn't Cyber Connect make a Naruto game that was also a platform fighter, like the very first one?
The Ultimate Ninja games are kind of platform fighters, but they're real weird for the first, I think, 4.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because before they did fully 3D gameplay, they did do the 2.5 day thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was, I think, 4 whole games.
We actually already have a video of us playing Dream Mix TV World Fighters, everyone. You can go find that in Castlemania. What were you going to say, Chris?
What franchise are we talking about?
We're talking about the Naruto game made by CyberConnected. That was a sort of Smash Bros. Like game where it was 2.5D.
Or like,
Yeah,
are these the ones that are on like PS?
They're only on PS2. When they switched to PS3, they switched to the 3D style.
Yeah.
I don't think those were 2D.
They were 3D
I
graphics,
think they were
but 2D gameplay.
I think they were like, but didn't they have like Tekken sidestepping?
No.
There was one on the PS2 in the GameCube that had like
that's a different one.
That's only GameCube. That's Clash of the Ninja.
And that's not made by CyberConnect.
Okay, that's the one. That's the one that I played.
That was the one
I had a
that-
friend who imported it.
That was the ones that get glazed super hard.
They get glazed super hard.
Yeah, they're
one
so-
moment.
they're
Let me
really
check the
glazed.
YouTube.
That was one where I would pick the dog, and you can't hit the dog because he's fucking small, and everybody would get mad at me.
Yes, aiding did in
aiding.
fact make those. Everyone's favorite. Also, we already know about DNO. You know, Dragon Ball, Naruto, One Piece.
Yes.
Yeah, Stadium.
I was
DNO
pretty
or DON.
disappointed by how bad that felt. There is the DS only Shonen Jump one.
Oh, yeah,
that's
Jump
right.
Ultimate Stars, and
Yeah,
I think
that was
I
pretty
forget what
good.
the sequel is called. Jump Superstars and then Jump Ultimate Stars.
Yeah.
And then they did the I think it was on I think they also did a PS4 version of that, but it's like an arena fighter with every Jump franchise.
Oh yeah, that becomes more
J-Star.
like Jump. That's all closer to Jump Force than a Smash Bros.
Yeah, they Jump Force was like them trying to make that, and like it needs to appeal to Americans, so make it look like shit. Also, even though we explicitly want to appeal to Americans, we will not dub it.
Yeah, that's so insane. Anyway, we got to move on.
Yes.
Was there anything else at the Capcom thing?
Nope, that was it.
Okay, cool. Hey, Agro, do you have any news?
Just a short update on the continuing saga of Steam incrementally improving their store experience.
Cool.
Now, when you look at a game that is in early access, Steam will list under the early access tag if there has been no update on the game in the last 12 months.
That number should be lower.
It should.
They will list
enough.
how long without an update, and there is even a space for the developer to explain why there hasn't been an update in so long. Like, if you're in prison.
I would really love if every marketplace had a feature on the store page that says, explain yourself.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. You know how much Toby Fox would abuse that? It's like the
I
trophies.
also think
you
they should-
know about the Undertale trophies, right? Where it's just like, collect a thing. I have so many ideas for trophies. Collect 2 things. Collect 3 things. Uh-oh. Running out of ideas here.
Oh yeah, by the way, Toby Fox said on Blue Sky, like, that shit, like 3 and 4 are soon. Like they're like, we're waiting on localization. I think he said we're done with PC testing and we're waiting on console testing.
Yeah, and also this is why that story was relevant. They have to put trophies in.
Uh-huh.
So now the trophies need testing. And he's like, oh boy. And I'm like, oh, it's happening again.
So yeah, so like, ooh, we're gonna get this shit's gonna get shadow dropped on us. That's how he rolls. I know it's gonna be like, it's now. It'll be some fucking Nintendo Direct
Yeah,
where
I
it's
was
like,
do you
now,
think it's gonna
motherfucker.
be in the Nintendo Direct in April? Like, there's
No,
no way
that's
it's
gonna
that
be
quick.
focused more on switching to that. It could be, but there's more. I assume that'll be entirely Switch 2 focused, so they won't be like, and now, motherfucker.
What if it's a Switch 2 launch title?
It could be a Switch 2 launch.
I mean, he's Toby Fox.
Yeah, he has his foot in that door pretty well.
Yeah, he does. Oh,
He
God.
literally moved to Japan, I think.
You did, yeah. As far as I know.
Sans is going to be the first character announced for Smash Bros.
Man, if they fucking... You need to understand, I got to a point where I'm
genuinely...
like, Smash is crystallized and it's in the earth and it's fine. It's behind me. I no longer have to live in the fear that a Smash thing will happen. Chat, I will be the goofiest motherfucker you have ever seen the moment they announce anything about Smash. I will just...
They just need to announce... They just need to announce an update to Ultimate that has better netcode, and they can do more characters if they want, but I don't even need that. Also, I'd be fucking furious if they put in some kind of Deltarune or Undertale rep and it's fucking Sans. I would be fucking livid. Needs to be Susie.
Bob, people hate Sans. They would never.
I mean, he's already in as a Mii fighter. Like,
he's already in as a horrible skinned version of himself wrapped around a horrible mascot puppet. Yeah, I don't know. It's depressing that he was in there.
It would be funny if it's like his moveset. Here's the only character whose entire moveset is based on him trying to kill this child.
I'll lose it if they announce anything for Smash. I'm going to be the goofiest motherfucker in the world. Thank God I'm a day person now, so at least I'll be very awake by 6 a.m.
Handsome Joe will kick down the door.
Yeah, it's true.
Drove up from Diceville.
It'll be so good. Yeah, no, all they have to do is make it 4K, and I will already be a goofy bitch, as it turns out.
Going back to the Steam thing that Agro brought up, they should also have some kind of way to mitigate an early access dev going, oh, it's been, you put that on my game, it's done now.
So you're saying they need to prevent a dev from being like, the moment I get that 12-month label, we're just going to say the game launched.
Yeah, because that's what happened with one of the ones that Double Fine did. It's like, we don't want to work on this anymore. It's done now.
Cool.
Which, by the way, Double Fine's last game came out in late 2021. They used to release shit constantly, including small shit, and now they have nothing for 3 years. I wonder if Matt Booty going down there and saying, if you ever voice an idea at work, it's ours now forever, might have permanently damaged that studio.
Weird.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be clear, listener who hasn't seen the video, that's real. That's literally verbatim. It is super fucking awkward to watch happen. Where Matt Booty's like, well, what's the name of Tim Schafer? He's just like, well, we got this time for people to work on their own things. A lot of the promises we made to people hired here is that they get to work on their own projects in this spare amount of time, and they own those ideas. And he's like, well, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. We're not going to do that going forward. And you see everyone in the room looking fucking pissed.
Yeah. Like, wow, the main reason you worked at the studio. Huh. That might be important to you? But it's not corporately viable to us.
I'm sorry. We could be making so much potential money by driving you to not work here.
Yeah. I thought Double Fine was the perfect Game Pass studio. I thought that's what Phil told us. Like, they were making small games that they can release without worrying about budgetary constraints. Weird. It's almost like that was a complete lie.
Hey, this isn't news, technically. But of all people, should probably bring it up. Hey, Chris, remember that article that launched last week? It's just like, oh, Game Pass. Game Pass is doing great. Oh my God, everything's swell. What the fuck was the thrust of that article again?
Oh, it was an opinion article that was like, my son loves Game Pass and Xbox, and I love, which is always what these motherfuckers do. It's like, I forced my son to have an Xbox, and he loves it.
This means something.
It's like, it means the industry saved. And I'm like,
no,
bro, my child could love me bootlegging games for them. That doesn't mean the industry saved. Oh boy. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, Bob, you have so much news.
I do.
We're going to Chris.
Okay. First of all, this broke as I'm gonna do this first as it broke as we're recording.
Speaking of breaking,
Football Man.
One moment. Audio may break. I need to prevent my PC from doing a thing that'll break audio while we're live.
Oh.
Hey, Chris, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and we can hear him. We avoided a catastrophe!
Oh.
Football Manager 25 has been canceled.
Yep.
What?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know the story. It seems like they want to focus on Football Club 26. Was Football Club the one where like the most recent one they did like a year or 2 years ago was total dog shit? Everybody hated it, or was that the Konami one? I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
think that was Konami. Because Football Club Manager's
Okay, that's the Konami
Sega.
one. Yeah, the Football Club is Sega, but like I know that one of these football ones had like a really bad thing.
Yeah, it sounds like they did an internal review on the development of this game and it just wasn't hitting the milestones and it's not coming together. They released a giant, like it's a whole fucking page of press release.
Huh.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. Look at this. It's like 6 paragraphs. 7
Yeah,
paragraphs.
good lord.
Yeah. Released in its current state and fixed things down the line. We could have pressed on, but that's not the right thing to do. We were also unwilling to go beyond a March release as it would be too late in the football season to expect players to then buy another game later in the year. So yeah, it just sounds like they're moving straight on to making the 2026 version.
That makes sense. As games get more and more complicated, doing yearly releases is simply impossible.
You think
like,
someone would have
even-
figured out the way to make it less complicated?
Yeah, even like the big guys, like they just carry more and more studios in like the
Yeah, I mean, it's
quality drops.
like you learned with that new Call of Duty. Like it's gotten to the point where it's like this section was transparently made by a completely different team that had no idea where it would slot in.
Look, very excited for the new Battlefield.
If it comes out.
Oh, something will ship. Something.
I don't know when EA's FIFA is like, yeah, FIFA didn't hit the goals. It's like that's existential crisis for EA.
That Battlefield's the only thing that can save them.
That will literally, it might be the last game they ship.
Yes.
Oh boy.
But on to my actual news.
Okay.
World of Warcraft announces player housing. The announcement explicitly took shots at Final Fantasy 14. Because in Final Fantasy 14, they have player housing wards, which require a lot of resources as upkeep. They aren't just instant. So like you can go to a neighborhood and see people's houses. I believe the insides are instants, of course. But because of this, there is a very small amount of lots, like compared to the player base. There's a very small amount of lots. So they cost a shitload of money. You have to like win a lottery. They've constantly been grappling with how to deal with this, and they still haven't found an answer.
Mm-hmm.
So WoW's like, no, it's an instance housing. You just get it. Every player gets it. Also, it won't be obliterated if your sub lapses, which it goes. There's a timer for it, so you cannot have your sub lapse for too long in 14, or your house will be demolished.
That's fucking intense.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it seems like one of those very old.
Yeah, they
school
keep
MMO things
having they
that's-
keep having to basically have an escalating arms race with like trying to keep people who have because you only get to have one per account.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So of course people have multiple accounts,
Uh-huh.
and they do all these other fucking tricks to try and game the system. So honestly, Final Fantasy 14 should just do the same thing and be like, we still can still have that other shit, but here's just instanced housing.
Yep.
Because that's a lot easier to do.
Right.
But hey, direct competition.
Well,
Man, Overwatch is going to bounce back so hard once they get Jeff Kaplan back.
What?
they'll be like, I'm
Oh,
Jeff.
because WoW bounced back after they got Metzen back.
Oh. Okay.
So obviously they'll get Jeff back and he'll be like, I'm Jeff from the Overwatch team. And then everyone
He'll
will
clear to have
applaud.
aged like 100 years because like they brought me back. I want to die.
And here's
It's
the corpse
time
of
for
Jay
the-
Allard.
We're going back to 6v6, and here's the actually plus-sized May update.
Right? I was like, why did you drag me out of bed for this? Put it back the way it was and make the ass bigger.
Metal Gear Delta is out August 26th, revealed by a PS Store trailer leak, which I assume means there's a state of play sometime in the next soon.
Yeah,
You
soon.
would think,
a couple weeks.
historically
or so.
speaking, they've always had a February state of play.
Mm-hmm.
It will have the Ape Escape stuff.
It better.
That's kinda crazy.
Hey, you need to stop being like, check out our high fidelity remake. Don't worry, it will have exactly as many things that were there before.
Yeah, no,
That's the barest of fucking things to do.
Yeah.
But good. I'm glad. Maybe I'll get this.
I'm so put. I really have to see how it performs because I'm so put off. Because again, they announced, like they said a while back, like it probably won't hit 60. And I'm like, the original game did. No, it didn't.
No, it didn't. But it did eventually on
Yeah, it did eventually.
future releases.
Uh-huh.
Like
It
like,
ran
just-
nowhere near
just-
30 even on the PS.
just crank the shit down until it hits 60. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
don't
they can do
care.
that, and then it'll just be a duck blur. Because that's TAA, baby. They're going to
No,
crank
turn off that shit also. Turn
No,
down
no,
everything.
no,
turn
I'm
off megalites.
no,
Turn off fucking the nanite.
we
Turn
got
all that shit
Lizards
off.
and nanite. Oh, yeah, I meant to mention this. It's a very technical thing, but it's worth mentioning. You remember that RTX mega geometry shit that was announced at CES?
Yeah, I do.
Alan Wake got the update for it. It literally makes it run better on older GPUs, and it looks better.
Oh, wow.
Because
Oh my
what?
god.
and now that it's out, I can better understand exactly what it is. Mega geometry is a different way of doing ray tracing on smaller geometry, where instead of having these bounding boxes they call BVHs, I think it's bounding volume hierarchy, where it's like this box becomes 4 boxes, and then from there you go down 4 more boxes. So think of a big box, and then 4 boxes comprise that, and then 4 boxes comprise that. That's how they do ray tracing currently. Mega geometry is a way to go around that, and it uses clusters. You can literally look at side by side, and you can see how the foliage in Alan Wake 2, a very popular thing in Alan Wake 2, in case you haven't played the game, it's covered in fucking bushes and trees and shit, just looks correct now because these clusters can get much more fine detail. That's why it's called mega geometry. You can ray trace against a far smaller, finer amount of geometry. And I did not realize one of the reasons that game disappointed me visually is the foliage was lit in a strange way because of how ray tracing fundamentally has worked until now. And I'm like, cool! Ray tracing is so fucking cool, you guys!
It's only now working after 8 years.
6.5. I cannot believe that they literally made an API that makes this look better. Hey, the PS6 sure shouldn't ship in 2.5 years if we haven't solved ray tracing at an API level. Anyways, runs better on older GPUs, like markedly better, because CPU overhead and shit. This is much leaner in how it works, and it just flat out looks better. So very cool. Very
Crazy.
cool. I need to check that update out. We can now move on to the next news, which
Sony is fucking brain dead.
That's not new news.
Sony is hitting Bloodborne projects, specifically the 60 Lance McDonald 60 FPS mod and Bloodborne PS1 with takedown notices. They better fucking like this better be like there's a state of play next week and we're shadow dropping an upgrade for Bloodborne, because otherwise, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I have no idea what the
the
deal is.
actual fuck is your problem? First of all, you fucking like just this would like terminal illness levels of not getting it.
Uh-huh.
And both of these have been out for years, and virtually no one can use that 60 FPS mod.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, no,
literally
that's-
me, and since I didn't use it by now, I guess I can't ever.
The only fucking way this isn't just the most complete. The only way this isn't you got the dumbest motherfucker, or you switch to you sending out fucking legal notices to something involving AI, which I could also fucking believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's either something like that, they are truly gone, or within like the next month, they will announce something.
They need to do something. It's not that
Sony
hard.
needs to do anything to improve their PR right now, because it's in the fucking toilet.
Yeah, no, they're
Yeah.
literally... They're the worst that Xbox has ever been before Xbox became irrelevant.
Yeah, and now I feel like Sony's Sony in the minds of most people is even below Xbox right now because Xbox ain't moving. It's a corpse. You can't have new feelings about it.
Oh, yeah, no, they're irrelevant. No one thinks about them. That's their problem. We're currently at the TV sports tier with Sony, is what I'm saying. We're literally, they're so bad about these service games and not giving people what they motherfucking want that we're at TV sports.
Yeah, no, they come off as just putting their hands over their ears and going la 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 whenever, like instead of communicating to anyone.
Or reacting to anything in any market expressed at any level. So yeah, a Bloodborne thing would be neat. Fuck you for doing this regardless.
Yeah, you shouldn't do this still. Like, these are just fan projects that are years old. What are you doing?
Now let's punch Microsoft.
Okay.
Indirectly. New Vegas writer John Gonzalez is back at Obsidian and immediately said, I'm not working on Fallout New Vegas 2. It's been 10 years since Fallout 4. Phil, you go to fucking Bethesda and say, Obsidian's making a Fallout. I don't give a shit what you say. And then you go to Obsidian and say, you're making a fucking Fallout.
Yeah.
I am hoping that this is being coy and it's not literally Fallout New Vegas 2, but it is a new Fallout game.
That's gotta be it, right? Like, anything else seems silly.
What if they, much like Avowed is trying to be their Elder Scrolls, what if they're making a thing that's trying to be their Fallout?
That's Outer Worlds. That is explicitly Outer Worlds. It opened with from the creators of Fallout.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, they made a well-received Amazon show that's getting another season, I think, within the next year. It's like, no game. We don't have anything for it. We have nothing. Do you like Fallout 76? It's like, no, nobody does. That's not the same fucking thing, Phil.
Elder Scrolls Online.
Todd. Like, Bethesda, Todd Howard is also on that gas because Bethesda genuinely, incorrectly, mind-numbingly incorrectly, genuinely seems to think, it's fine we haven't released a Fallout or an Elder Scrolls in over a decade. We have Fallout 76 that keeps getting content, and we have the Elder Scrolls Online. And I'm like, the same people are not invested in those.
Final Fantasy 14 fans assure me you're wrong, and they're right. MMORPGs are the same as RPGs, which are the same as action RPGs. They're all the same because I like them, so shut up.
Whoa.
At least a lot of people play Final Fantasy 14. You can't say that about the other fucking two.
No, I'm sure countless people play the Elder Scrolls Online.
Well, I haven't looked, so I can't count them.
The problem is they don't talk a lot anymore because they won those $1 million giveaways that they were giving away because so many people play the Elder Scrolls Online.
Weird, because I feel like that's usually a gimmick you use like when a game's doing really bad. Like they used that in the final year of that Major League Baseball 2K game.
No, you're wrong.
It didn't work because, you know, there's no more of those.
It didn't work at all. You're lying, actually. They only do insane cash giveaways for things that are inherently popular things to do, like Squid Games. People just love it.
And Future Club has announced that they have something coming soon to keep it, so keep tabs on them. They did not directly say this, but the tone was, this is the thing we're making. It determines if we live or die. Please, for the love of fucking God, do not be one more Skullgirls characters, because ain't nobody, I'm sorry, but like 200 people in the world will care about that.
Yeah.
And two, please don't be, we somehow got Indivisible back and here's another version of that.
Oh my God.
You need a new thing, Future Club. I love you and you're a worker co-op, so I want you to succeed, but you need a new, distinct thing. It doesn't have to be Skullgirls 2. It can be a Skullgirls beat 'em up. It can be a Skullgirls RPG. It can be a fucking Skullgirls visual novel.
It can be an original thing.
It can.
Yeah, it can be an original thing. It just please, new thing. New thing in Skullgirls universe, new thing entirely. New thing.
So as you probably have put together, this is the people who are doing the Skullgirls updates that used to be
they're the
Lab
successor
Zero
of Lab Zero.
Until Labs
piece of shit Mike Z.
Mm-hmm. God. Yeah, I really hope this is something good.
Yeah, I want them to
Anything.
do well. I like their art. I think they're cool.
Yeah, no, they're one of the last bastions of hand-drawn art in the industry.
Yeah,
It's kind of crazy.
yeah, they do good shit. Let's move on to Bob news.
Sure.
Hey, Bob, news.
Microsoft announced Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition and Age of Mythology Retold are both coming to PS5, and they are both getting new DLCs.
Wow.
Weird to even bother because who plays these on console? Like,
Is that a
Maybe.
thing?
Yeah, I
Well,
don't
I
know.
mean, here's the thing. They wouldn't know because the only console they've released on is Xbox.
Right.
And nothing sells on Xbox.
right. So I guess by that merit, who knows? Maybe it will sell on PS5. Age of Empires comes out in spring. Just vaguely, we don't know exactly when. Age of Mythology is out March 4th, so it's pretty close, and we actually know what the new DLC is going to be.
What is it going to be?
It's going to be Immortal Pillars, which is was Chinese mythology,
Ooh.
which is cool. But at the same time, you put a dude who almost looks Lu Bu-esque on the cover,
Uh-huh.
and it is not Lu Bu,
Uh-huh.
but he has the headdress thing.
But he's pretty Lubu.
He's Lu Bu coded, but
I
you
see.
couldn't just get the name, which seems like a miss.
A little bit.
That one's going to be $30 for the standard edition, or you get the $50 premium edition that comes with the DLC, and apparently another unannounced one.
And 5 days early access.
There's access because that's what Microsoft does. Those are criminals. Man, I love every time I read an article that mentions something like this now, and it's like, yeah, this is Microsoft is doing this. Other people have already quit, like Ubisoft. It's like, yeah,
Yeah, Ubisoft
sucks.
got black pilled on it only like, what, 5 months ago?
yeah.
7?
When they released Star Wars,
They realized, oh, we need to cut this shit out. Oh, Lord.
there will be an ID at Xbox showcase February 24th. This is their indie game showcase that they run in partnership with IGN. So that could be neat.
We're going to see that game from, not Sweary again. Because that's the last time we saw him was Tokyo
Oh my
Game
God,
Show
really?
at Xbox, yeah.
I
Remember,
forgot.
Suda and Sweary were like, oh, this is inspired by old B-rated horror movies or whatever. And it was a weird 2.5D action game.
I vaguely remember this. Did that come out?
Yes,
I
I
don't know.
vaguely.
Did not come
No, it
out.
has not come out yet.
So we better see it again then.
We better. Dan Southworth has done it again.
He done did it again, that darn Dan Southworth.
He's the voice
Leaked
of
it again
Virgil.
award.
Yes. He said that, yeah, I voiced young Virgil in a video game just last week. Like, dude, what are you doing? Because he even
What? I'm doing the thing I always do. There aren't negative consequences for it.
he leads in like, oh, I'm not gonna say what game it is because I always get like blown up for this. And then he's like, I used the young Virgil voice. It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I will quash everybody's hype a little bit by saying this might be Warframe's special human frames they've been doing because they've been getting a lot of big voice actors to do their big notable roles for that. Like I think they have a Clive one and an Asterion from Baldur's Gate 3 one at the moment. Like those are the announced ones, and they're doing like a couple more.
Those are
So it could potentially be that.
It could be, but those are so like new games that it's weird to be like, no, we need to get specifically young Virgil.
That is a really specific get. Like, I don't know why they would even want young over old Virgil.
So some people in chat are like, maybe it's Power Rangers. It's like, no, it's not Power Rangers. It's a dead franchise now. It is literally in the fucking ground. Hasbro flat out said, we ain't never doing anything with this ever again.
He literally said,
That Rita's Rewind shit you got is the last thing you're ever getting.
and again, he said young Virgil. Like it's not,
Right.
the
And-
voice
Yeah,
similar.
And-
I think he would say something about the Quantum Ranger.
And Devil May Cry hasn't had an entry in 5 years,
Mhm.
and it was really successful. Maybe
Yes.
we should do one of those high fidelity remakes of some of the earlier games.
God, I hope if it is a remake, that's a remake of one, and they add in like flashbacks and stuff was to him. Because I don't.
Yeah, I feel like that's
three
what
is
it
this
would
most
be.
like you don't need to remake game around.
But at the
Like,
same
it's still the
time,
best action game ever.
at the same time, a lot of stuff that's in 3 is already in 5.
It would definitely be easier from that angle.
But that game has sold 8.9 million units.
Which one? 5?
5.
Yeah, it did come out. What was it, 2020, right? Or was that 2019?
2020. No, 2019. It was 2019.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then the re-release, I believe, was 2020.
That's true. Yeah, the next gen re-release was late.
But that was
2020,
that's listed separately, which also got like over
Right.
1 million sales.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Devil May Cry sold pretty well. Most studios wish they could have a game that sells as well as Devil May Cry.
Yeah.
5, as it turns out. It sure was a moment when Capcom was like, oh, geez, I guess we don't know what we're doing with our games. Ignore the fact we shipped this one not done. Let's get a Western studio to make it. That was...
Thanks, Keiji Inafune.
That was so dumb because Devil May Cry 4 was also the best-selling one up until that point. Like, it was still on an upward trend, and Keiji was like, nah, I don't know.
I don't know about this, Chief. Anyway, the cool thing about Devil May Cry, and if they do more flashbacks and other things in one, if they remake one and then do that, is that there are writers on Devil May Cry outside of, like, you don't need Itsuno.
Oh, no, yeah. Like, there's a good bit of writers like Bingo. I forget his
Yeah,
name.
same. I also do. But yeah, no, you got people.
Yeah.
You can get them. And it would be cool. I'll be honest, I think a remake of 1 is probably the second most interesting thing they could do with it.
Yeah,
they
most interesting.
They could do one. They could
Right.
have like they wouldn't like they would have Virgil flashbacks. Absolutely.
Yeah, because the rumor going around is it's a remake of 1 that's not like a Resident Evil remake, where it's like actually retooling stuff and actually adding.
Which sounds great.
Yeah,
that sounds awesome. I would love that.
They could even because you unlock Sparta in DMC 1. They could have Dan Southworth voice Sparta.
They could.
This sounds fucking absurd, but I'm just like, yeah, I'd love that. I would love that. I would love that more than anything Capcom's been trying to get me to buy since Resident Evil 4 remake.
Yes.
You might notice the gap looks
too.
like this. Devil May Cry 5, Resident Evil 4 remake, Devil May Cry remake. You might notice something about my taste.
You liked Resident Evil 3 remake.
No, it's true. But Devil May Cry 5 came out after that.
Right.
Yeah. I think.
Wait, no, it was
that's
right
too close to
before.
call.
That was really close. That was like 2019 Devil May Cry, then early 2020 was Resident Evil 3 because it launched alongside COVID.
Did it?
Yeah, because I had that intro and everyone was like, "Oh,
oh yes, it did." That's why. That's why it is. That is why it is. It is 9.6 million units, despite everybody allegedly not liking it and it being 45 minutes long. Because it launched in April 2020, so it got the COVID buff enormously.
Hell yeah. I couldn't think of a better game for it to happen to.
I'm still kind of disappointed that they didn't include all of the weird arcadey unlocks in Resident Evil 4 remake.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have like the attack and defense coins and shit.
Man. Fucking love those remakes. Of course, I want something like that for Devil May Cry 1.
Yeah, the next most exciting remake would be 2, but you'd have to rewrite the entire game and actually write a game, and that's harder than actually
rewrite the game by writing the game.
Yeah, which is so harder than taking the blueprint of 1.
You have to leave in King. Here's your crown.
King, huh?
It'd be really funny. It's like, yeah, it's younger Dante. It's voiced by Johnny Bosch. It's like, we could just do this?
Yeah, you could just do this. Hell yeah.
Speaking of Capcom news, Resident Evil Reverse will end service June 30th.
What?
Anyone remember what this game is?
Oh my god, Bob, we're gonna have to do
that's the weird class-based.
Yeah, the one that launched.
The one that was supposed to come out with Village, but then they delayed it till a whole year later, and then it came out, and I'm like, why did you even do this? Oh, right, because you promised it on the box.
Yes. Leaves storefronts March 4th, so get in there quick.
Yeah, we got to do our community night with Resident Evil Reverse.
I think they put out this quote, which I find so funny.
Okay, read it.
Resident Evil Reverse was developed in celebration of the 25th anniversary of the Resident Evil series, and your overwhelming support for the game has far exceeded our expectations since the time of its release. Now that we've reached a new turning point for the series, we feel that Resident Evil Reverse has served its original celebratory purpose admirably. And they say this as they're taking it down. It's like, I guess.
Yeah, ain't nobody played that.
Party's over.
Bro, what the fuck are you saying?
Right?
I feel like I'm in the fucking Truman Show.
Who are you talking to?
What are you talking about?
No one's here. It's an empty mall. What do you mean? You've been so supportive.
I need to see what the Steam charts are for this.
Oh boy.
can only imagine.
All-time peak 2080. Hey, that's 3 Concords.
Ah! Concord really was factory engineered, lab engineered, the worst game, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. But to be fair, this fell under 100 players concurrent after launch, like after the day it came out.
Yeah, of
That makes
course. I
sense.
played it. It was bad.
We got to get that community night going, though.
According to the director of Avowed,
Who would trust him about things in Avowed?
the game will be 60 frames per second. They said this on an episode of Min-Max.
Why'd you say it wouldn't be in an avenue that many more people would know, and now you're only saying it's going to have a 60 FPS mode 10 days before it's actually out?
Because Microsoft won't let us market it at all.
Because the fates have cursed us. We must follow the playbook for a game to fucking bomb.
Yeah, like, nobody's going to play this. Nobody.
They might as well have just accidentally said there's an always online check for whether or not your Xbox is connected to the internet.
I'll play it in May when I get a month of Game Pass to play Doom.
I applied
Can't wait
for
to
a
see how it
code.
runs on the PS5.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they give me a code.
I forgot this was part of the Pillars of Eternity universe.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the same. It's like the same setting.
Huh.
Yeah. No, I knew that years ago when they announced it. Completely
forgot.
You know,
forgot.
it might not even still be that.
What?
That IGN article I read said that it was, but you know,
Okay,
they're-
then it
they're-
still is.
What the
That's just
fuck?
them saying things.
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
It's not a Pillars of Eternity because it's a different genre. Hey, did you notice that even though it's set in the same universe, it's a wildly different genre, so they called it something different.
Whoa.
I don't get
I
it.
won't sell though.
What Chris
Yeah,
just
it's
said
still not
might
gonna
as well have
fucking
been
sell.
labeled on a box metaphor. Handed to you, the listener.
I hope this is at least good, but the fact that all the marketing, almost all of it, has been like, here's the combat, and I'm like, bro, you're Obsidian. You have never made good combat once. The best you've ever gotten is inoffensive.
Mm-hmm. You need to stop targeting that as your primary focus.
Why did
Please.
And the worst part is he says it's going to be 60 frames per second on the Series X.
Yes,
And
on
I'm
the
like,
S.
now are you telling me that the reason they would not confirm 60 frames per second before is because Microsoft was like, well, you can't have different modes on them.
But
I
almost
don't
every game does.
I don't
Right.
Right, yeah.
But you can't talk about things that are only on the
Oh
S.
man, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black looks terrible on a Series S.
Dude,
We
it
should have
does.
gotten that box, man.
Oh my
We
God.
need a
It might-
Series S.
It might have they might have some bizarre internal thing where it's like, well, most of our sales are Series S, so we don't want to tell people that they're getting an inferior experience. And it's like, that's what you sold them.
Yeah.
You sold them the shit box that gives you the shit experience.
People on the S aren't keeping up with this. They aren't.
No,
they
no.
aren't.
They're
They
waiting
aren't.
for it to pop into Game Pass.
Yeah,
and
they'll
they'll
play
notice
it.
when it's there. You know, this all would have been solved if they just named it the more apt Xbox Series Ass. No one would
Xbox
question-
Series S more like Xbox Series S.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't be confused why it looks the way it does on their console.
Right. But yeah, it's stuff like Ninja Gaiden 2 Black comes out and looks completely hideous. Like, I didn't know until the Digital Foundry video covered it. Because people who have a Series S don't talk about it. They might not play
Because
games.
they're not allowed online past 6 p.m.
Right.
and
I
on
mean,
any platform
real-
that mandates that you're 18 years old because their parents will ground them.
Like literally the only person I know in physical space who has a Series S is my nephew.
Yeah.
Because his parents didn't want to get him an expensive console. They wanted to get him a $300 console because most of what he does on it is just fucking play Fortnite anyway.
Yeah. So the latest Kamiya video came out. He
Yeah.
has YouTube video still, even after announcing the new studio.
Pretty cool.
Very cool.
Pretty cool.
Answers a few questions, kind of fun. Then the end of the video ends with a drinking party with him and all the other Platinum directors who left.
Oh, okay. So that's Takahisa Taura, Yusuke Miyata, Abebe Tenari, Kenji Saito, and Masaki Yamanaka?
Yeah.
Yamanaka. Oh my God. So in order, that was the Astral Chain director, the Bayonetta 3 director, the Bayonetta Origins director, the Metal Gear Rising director, and Anarchy Reigns and Resident Evil character designer.
Yeah.
Are you a Western studio, bro? Because that's a lot of brain leak.
Yeah, I thought that their only hope was still having the Bayonetta 3 director. Like, this is just like, nah, he's not there.
Oh boy.
Because everyone else we kind of already knew, except for the Anarchy Reigns director. That's also a new one to me.
Well, is it Anarchy Reigns director? Or is it
Anarchy Reigns director, Resident Evil original character
okay,
designer.
you didn't write director there. Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, nobody's left there. Ninja Gaiden 4 is absolutely their last game. That April Nintendo Direct, they announced when it's going to be. It'll be at 6 in the morning Pacific time, 9 in the morning Eastern. That means it's 8 in the morning for us.
Listener,
Dope.
I promise you this. That will be the earliest we ever go live for a stream ahead of the actual
I will
important thing for
take
stream.
off work that day and get up to be on that fucking stream.
I'm gonna have a big mug of coffee. I'm gonna be like, that's right, I'm Morning Dan, and I'm here to get you excited for. And then I'm gonna throw that hot cup of coffee on myself when they announce the Smash Bros. And I'm gonna scream the loudest I've ever screamed.
Or you'll
all
do
be
that when
very
they show a game
voluntary.
and it has TAA artifacting all over it.
Oh, could you imagine? They're like, here's the new Mario, and I'm like, I'm gonna go kill
No!
myself. God. Yeah, no, this is probably the biggest event of the year.
Yeah, probably. There's a good chance,
Thank
which
God.
is insane.
Thank God I discovered fucking melatonin gummies. That shit's magic. It really is, Bob.
Yeah, I should probably try some.
You really should. I'm not saying you should go on the daily dose like
No,
some people. I say as though I'm... Could you imagine? I'm so straight edge. I'm like, I frown upon the drug activities of our podcast co-host, and it's like Chris taking melatonin. Dan, I don't know that that's right. But no, that shit works.
You can criticize the drug habits of your co-hosts. When on April 20th this year, I take 5 edibles and go live with some bullshit. I probably won't actually do this. I think it's a Thursday this year, so it's impossible.
Or
Let me check.
yeah, wait,
Oh
well,
no, it's a Sunday.
Oh, that's we almost had
might
the
do
funniest
this.
episode of Big Thing. I'm excited.
Yeah,
I don't even care that they're pointing a gun at me and saying 8 a.m.
Yeah,
I don't even care.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
gonna
even
be
care.
rough,
I
but-
discovered the power of melatonin gummies. I'm invincible.
Nintendo kind of always does this, but it is funny for them to imagine we run the gaming industry now. We're on Japan time.
it's weird because usually these are like the smaller ones that are for that time. Like
yeah.
it's not the big one. Like the big one happens in summer and they put it in the evening or mid noon.
I think it was the I think it was Jeff Gerstmann was talking about analysts are sitting here saying if they don't ship the Switch 2 earlier in this year, there's no way they're even going to hit their slipped expectations for like hardware ship and revenue and stuff because the Switch fall off on sales is so fast that even hitting the reduced expectations by the end of this year will be impossible if they do not ship sooner than November or something.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be sometime before that.
Yeah, they got it.
It's got to be like by the end of summer, like August or so. But we'll see.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. We can get some pigs in a blanket from our local donut place. Get some donuts. That way, I got a bag of donuts over here. When they announce Smash, I'll comically shake the bag of donuts and they'll go flying everywhere. He'll land on Yumitaro, permanently stay. He'll get glazed.
Yeah,
God damn it. What? The glaze will get on Yumitaro. What is that? Is it? It'll land on his horn too. It'll be comical.
but that's exciting.
It is exciting.
I believe April 3rd. I think that's right. Wait, no,
Second.
Yeah,
because we were like one day earlier, you fucks. They literally just need the fiscal year to end.
right?
It has never been more transparent that they do not want what they announce here to affect the fiscal year ending at all.
Mm-hmm. Gross.
Fuck. Absurd.
That brings me to my last note. The ESA has announced Icon, Icon was 2 eyes at the beginning.
That sounds stupid.
Yes. It's their new industry event that's going to happen in Las Vegas. It's going to be April 2026. And this is not E3, because ESA, for people who don't know, they used to run E3.
Yeah, that's who it is.
Instead, it will be a meeting place for change makers in the industry.
Oh, okay.
Attendance includes Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, Amazon Games, Disney, Electronic Arts, Epic Games, Square Enix, Ubisoft, Warner Brothers, and Take-Two.
Wow, Warner Brothers and Ubisoft are going to be in the game industry in 2026.
I know, them and EA.
That's an exciting announcement.
Yeah.
Okay, it's changed to being in Las Vegas is weird, personally, because before it was the LA Convention Center.
Right. And it's not for having more attendance come or anything like that, because apparently they will let people in, but it's invite only. Like, it's not something that's like a wide audience.
Somebody get me in. I need to be in. And then I can go, I'm in. That'll be worth it.
Dan walking around a convention center with his TAA bell.
Yeah, you'll need an involved version you take with you.
Yeah, I'm
like,
gonna. No, it's gonna be a full cosplay. I'm gonna have a giant bell on my chest. I'm just. It's gonna be like really deep sounding, but it's gonna be so heavy. I'm gonna be like hunched over.
Yeah.
The whole con. I'm gonna just be roaming the Las Vegas halls.
And then when you hit it, someone dies because it's so loud.
Yes. That'll teach them. Put TA in your game, fucking die. And I hit it. This this bell kills. I don't know. Anyway.
We'll workshop it. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
We'll figure this out.
We got a year. We got a year and 2 months. Assuming any of these companies are still around.
I know. I'm like, well, this seems farcical to announce. Okay, ESA.
Yeah, like on the one hand, the ESA throwing this conference, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I want to see what comes of this. But a larger part of me is like, man, it would be so goddamn funny if this never happens and they have to kill it.
Yes.
Chris, I got to talk about something. Normally when you retweet or tweet things during the podcast, I never bring it up. But I got to say, why the fuck didn't you just say, when the fuck are we getting a Static Shock revival out loud?
Because it would be a complete fucking non sequitur.
Well, yeah, but that's what people like.
But yeah, where the fuck is it?
I don't know. I've been saying this for 20 years.
Like people say, well, they've done comics. I'm like, comics. First of all, comics aren't fucking real.
No.
Like, sorry, unless Hickman is writing it, then the comic isn't real, or it's an absolute Batman or absolute Wonder Woman. But where's the cartoon? They're doing all these other nostalgia wank shit. Where's the Static Shock cartoon? That was big. That was a part of the big popular DC animated universe when it was happening. People still like Static Shock. Static Shock is cool. He has a cool costume.
Yeah. Insomniac could make a Static Shock game and it would move numbers.
Oh, that would whip.
It would. What would the AI say about it?
We would glaze it very hard.
See, it would have to be a lower fidelity game so they could give you all the weird shit he would do with his powers, like making electro nets to do physics objects and shit. Because he also used magnetism a lot.
This
so
has
it would
to be Sucker Punch because of the nature of it.
Oh, that would be so good. A better world.
Well, sadly, it wouldn't be Sony because WB has their own gaming division. So it would be here's the fucking monolith Static Shock game with microtransactions.
They have a gaming division as of right now.
Yeah, they won't in 2 years probably.
Yeah.
As soon as that Wonder Woman game comes out, it's pretty much over for them.
Oh, I don't want to think about that.
Where
I still
is
hope
that?
game is
Where
real.
is
I
it?
honestly am losing faith because it has been so long since they talked about it.
We got something about it last year where we found out it was on the island and you'd be fighting monsters.
Okay.
I think somebody ran the numbers and figured out that it was a lot more from a PR and stock point standpoint. It was much more profitable to talk about making a Wonder Woman game than it was to actually make a Wonder Woman game.
Oh, apparently it won't be out until 2027 at the earliest.
Oh, come on, guys. That means you haven't actually been working on it.
Yeah, what did I just say?
Apparently, Jason Schreier said they were planning to roll it out in 2026, but he thinks that's unrealistic based on what he's seen of the game.
What are we doing?
Oh my god.
Announced in 2021, by the way.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
We're in the
Whatever.
middle of an industry crash. Like, we can't keep being amazed when that keeps like the symptoms of it keep showing.
Hey, can any of us change? No.
No.
Okay. Just checking.
Oh yeah,
Momentum's a bitch.
we got news about the new Gundam live action movie. Apparently happening.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's still Legendary Productions and co-funded by Bandai Namco, of course.
Cool.
But no longer has that director that everyone was excited for on it.
Oh.
Now it's some Jim Mickle, which I looked up and I didn't recognize anything he'd done. So that's not exciting.
Also, allegedly, Magic the Gathering is getting a film and TV universe. It's in the works from Legendary and Hasbro. So
I think it's really funny to start the Magic the Gathering expanded universe as Hasbro is like, yeah, you can use the weird crossover cards and everything, and that's going to be half of the cards coming forward.
Yep. I can't wait for the whole block that's just the Magic the Gathering TV series set.
oh, that would be.
Oh, shit, I better say, did you know that Magic the Gathering doesn't have MSRP anymore? Hasbro doesn't even give it an MSRP. Because it's now a speculative asset.
God, what?
Which is going to suck when that Final Fantasy shit comes out this year and I have to shell out.
Oh boy.
Everything they showed from that looked awful. So I'm not shelling out for that. It looked hideous.
It's kind of funny though.
I can't help it. I'll at least buy the pre-built decks. That's the one thing I will absolutely buy no matter what. I don't know about buying packs. That's a little bit. I think I'm out of the stage of my life where I'm going to be buying booster packs.
Mm-hmm.
If Magic the Gathering got an animated show that was actually really good, I would fucking lose it. I would absolutely lose it. If Magic the Gathering gets a live action series, though, that will be the funniest goddamn thing I've ever seen, no matter what. They could just be straightforward doing the normal shtick, and I would still laugh at it. It's just too funny. That's the space that exists in my brain.
For some reason, I'm like, if it's live action, it has to star Jason Statham and have, or basically production values that Dungeon Siege show or movie he was in, which was Uwe Boll.
Oh my god.
And if it's animated, it has to be Howard Partridge.
Happy Harry?
Happy Harry. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
That's why.
I don't know.
Why can't it be like Arcade?
I don't know.
Why can't it be like Castlevania Netflix?
It can't.
What the fuck? What the hell?
God.
I'm not looking forward to seeing Jack Black play Nicol Bolas.
Oh, that's terrible. Why did you even say that out loud? Man. And I have to see this guy next week. Oh, man. Oh, I guess the last ADD tangent of this fucking podcast, Bob. Apparently, after Zoolander, seemingly, God, what's the name of the guy who made Zoolander?
Ben Stiller?
Yeah, Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller made a pilot for a show. Fox paid for the pilot and then didn't make the show. Have you ever heard of this?
No.
It stars Jack Black, and he rides a motorcycle like, imagine Knight Rider. It's trying to go for that gimmick, but the motorcycle is possessed by the soul and mind of his roommate, who was Owen Wilson. And it's called Jack and Heat Vision because the motorcycle's called Heat Vision.
Oh,
And
that's dope.
the story of this is Jack Black was working for NASA and went too close to the sun, and it baked his brain. So he's now 3 times smarter than the smartest man on Earth. So he can solve unbelievable problems MacGyver style, but only when the sun's up.
What? This is really good.
It's fucking incredible.
Well, I looked up what Ben Stiller has been doing.
I don't want to know.
Happy Gilmore 2 is in post-production.
I heard it was getting there, so I'm not surprised. I didn't know Ben Stiller was involved, though. That's weird. Was he in the original? I don't know.
don't think
No
so.
idea. Not that I know of.
but Adam Sandler and Christopher McDonald are both still in it.
Yeah, of course.
Anyways, yeah, Jack and Heat Vision's on YouTube.
Oh, good. It is. You should watch this.
It has an intro where Ben Stiller's like, yeah, and they turned me down. Well, guess who has an Oscar now? So they had to. I came back rich and famous, and they had to do whatever I want. Like Ben Stiller's just doing that whole shtick, introducing it, and then it cuts to it, and it's frankly that would have been one of the greatest TV shows of our time.
Yeah, sounds it.
It's really good.
Man,
check out Jack and Heat Vision.
I sure hope someday somebody finds the Bulk and Skull pilot episode for their spinoff.
Oh my god, yeah, I need to see.
I don't know if they ever actually filmed it, but there was a part in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, I think season 3, or maybe it was even one of the later seasons like Turbo or In Space, where they got turned into monkeys, and were for weeks. And that was because they were allegedly filming a pilot where they ran a hotel.
Yep.
Which would have involved Latino Elvis impersonator Elvez.
This sounds like the straightest show ever pitched.
So, anyways, yeah, that's it. That's it.
Cool.
That's it. Breakdown tomorrow. Chris?
DMC, the DMC Definitive Edition on Saturday.
Aggro?
Meeting the plumber.
Bob?
Also breakdown tomorrow.
You want to get that potato pizza?
Oh my god. You're just looking for an excuse to get the potato
I feel
pizza.
like you should get a different pizza each time. Like you should try their whole array. Like I get that you don't want to miss. You don't want it to miss. You want it to hit every time.
When you spend this much on a pizza, you want it to be damn good. Potato pizza.
What's this place called? Boot
The Boot.
Pizzeria?
The Boot Pizzeria. Could you imagine GigaBoots ordering pizza from a place called The Boot? That just sounds made up.
It does.
Like, I don't know. Like,
good.
they have the shrimp po' boy pizza.
Yeah, wanted that one. Uh-huh.
They have the bottomless pit pizza.
Yeah, Tosh wanted that one.
Smoked prime rib pizza.
Could be good.
Rocket City pizza, Alfredo bechamel sauce, sliced beer bratwurst, sauerkraut, mushrooms, Tuscan onions, mozzarella, and cheddar cheese. Frankly, I would eat any of these if you put them in front of me.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
Eggplant parm pizza, that probably whips ass.
Yeah, no, we wanted to order that one. Now you understand. You understand why it's a constant specter haunting us. This pizza place that is some of the best pizza ever fucking made. But it's so fucking expensive.
It is, because prices on the website are wrong. They're more expensive than that.
They're like $5, $6 up from that.
Yeah.
And then you have to wait at the bartender, and it's like, do you want a tip? And I'm like, I just wanted a pizza and to leave. And now this bartender's like, you better tip me well, or I'm not handing you that pizza until it's cold. I'm like, you're going to do it either way, aren't you?
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Thing to Mention. Big Thing to Mention sincerely is only possible because of your support over at patreon.com/gbpodcast, where you put money in a slot, and then we receive the money that you put in that slot digitally, and then we go, oh, thank God, we can afford to keep spending an inordinate amount of time making podcasts that people seemingly want, but YouTube tells us no one actually wants these things, but we keep putting it out there, and some people want them, and it's really specific which ones they want from us. They're very voicey about it, but anyways, we can continue our journey. Things are going to get weird this year. Look forward to it. Patreon.com/gbpodcast.